right now. So first of all, good afternoon to all of you, all the panelists and the ones who are in the audience. Thank you so much for being with us. Do you think we're online already? I'm not sure because I don't see the others.
Yes, I think so.
Somebody tells me,
Yes,
Jorge.
yes, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I couldn't see the participants, so I was wondering if we were just chatting among ourselves or we have already the audience. So thank you so much. Good to have you here. Now I can see the participants. Thank you so much. We will have this 6.1 session dedicated to sustainable consumption of food and water. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all here from Nova School of Law and to have you with us sharing your thoughts. We have, I would say, two participations that are pretty much dedicated to the same area and two others that are dedicated to other and a different one. So we'll start with the program as it was announced so that it's easier for everybody to follow us, but we'll certainly make some links between the different presentations. So just starting, I will pass the floor to Luís Pereira Dias. Luís is a researcher. He belongs to the CENSE, and that is the Center for Environmental and Sustainability Research at Nova, University Nova from Lisbon, Nova School of Science and Technology, and he's a candidate to a PhD. He brings us some thoughts on City Selfie project on the sustainable transition of water, energy, food nexus and urban areas. And I think that's a pleasure to have such a diverse and rich panel in this day dedicated to the earth. And we have lots of findings and discussions really relevant to celebrate this date. So go ahead, Luís, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Hi, first of all, the most typical question in nowadays, do you see my screen?
We
my
do.
Presentation?
We do.
Okay. So first of all, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here to have this opportunity to talk about a really, really recent approved project. It's called City Selfie. I'm Luís, but I'm here representing all the team. And I'm here to present the City Selfie project and to focus on the sustainable transition of water, energy, and food nexus in urban areas. So I will try to speed up because I think the session has really important and interesting speakers, and I think it will be a really good debate. So in terms of context of the project, of course, we all know the environmental problems that human activity has generated across since a long time ago, and is being started to be more intense. And all these environmental problems associated with human activity are also associated with inefficient use of key resources and more associated with water, energy, and foods. At the same time, and it is the focus of the project to analyze what the water, energy, food systems at city level, because city are the support to all human activity, and they are also responsible for the majority of direct and indirect environmental problems. So cities is, here are some indicators that just point out the importance of city level analysis. So cities are where we live, so more than half of the global population is located in cities. They are responsible for 2/3 of primary energy demand that in turn are responsible for 70% of energy related CO2 emissions. And of course, cities are one of the parts of the economic engine of human society. Why these three resources? So they are, of course, essential for human well-being and sustainable development, but the systems associated with these resources are highly interconnected and also interdependent. Here I just bring a really nice framework that shows not only the link between cities and national or regional connections as a system, but also the connection between each component of these resources systems. And this calls for innovative approaches and tools that can support city planning in an integrated way. That is essential to have a benefit assessment for sustainable transitions. So, also there are significant challenges. In broader way, there are four key socio-economic megatrends, being at the core urbanization, but of course climate change. Climate change also adds different and more intense challenges to the three systems. And also cities are starting or already start and are intensifying the capacity to answer to these challenges. At the core, cities are already engaging and making strong efforts and sometimes even more intense than the national ones in terms of the climate mitigation actions. So a lot of people are also engaging in networks to promote climate action and strong transition to this domain. Although at the core of these projects and transitions, there is a key message that they underline, that self-sufficiency of these resources is a key driver for sustainability. And this is one of the key aspects that the project aims to analyze, if it is true, if the city self-sufficiency of these resources is in fact a promoter of sustainability. Here, self-sufficiency is the extent to which a system can satisfy its needs from own domestic production based on endogenous resources, so within the city boundaries. Here I bring an example, and since we are in a session related with foods and water, one of the key solutions that is being pointed out as a way to improve food security at city level, and also to enhance cities' food self-sufficiency, is climate-controlled farms or agriculture. The terminology varies a lot, but at the core idea of this technology is to produce foods within the city, and shows with a high efficiency. So what this technology shows when comparing with traditional farms is, one key argument is the land occupancy. So the necessary space for food production. And this technology or this solution shows that they require less space than the traditional farms. This is true, although when we can see that it can provide some negative effects at local level, because although they require a lot less space, and depending on the location within the city or within the buildings, it can provide competition with other solutions for other systems, for instance, for the energy. So they can compete this solution is applied at the rooftop, it can compete for solar PV or solar thermal. So it can provide negative trade-offs. Or also, this solution has shown higher yields. So the quantity of resources needed to produce each ton of foods is way less than the traditional farms. And at the being water, the key resource that they provide some high benefits, but since they are located in, for instance, in buildings, they also require higher energy necessities to maintain the optimal climate conditions for plant growth. And this can in turn induce new and high energy consumption for the city, that in turn can limit energy self-sufficiency and in fact also limit city climate mitigation objectives, of course, depending on the energy type. And lastly, one of the key aspects that I want to raise is that these technologies they provide high quality and local grown produce products. Although for now, the quantity and the type of products that they can produce is limited. And the key aspect is that the contribution to city self-sufficiency on these kind of foods is highly dependent on the citizen and consumer diet preferences. Typical the share of vegetables that a citizen eats, because at current stage this technology only provides vegetables. So the optimal or the potential for this kind of technology is also dependent on these diet preferences, and also, and really importantly, the willingness and capacity to pay of the households, because at this stage, of course, this technology has high potential and a high learning curve, but at this stage, the food produced within this technology is with a higher price. So the consumer can face difficulties on purchasing this type of technology. But this is just to present one example of the necessity to both include integrated model and analysis of these systems at city scale, and in the other side also to include consumer and citizens' characteristics. And to do so, this is the key point of the city selfie. I will not go in detail of all these research gaps, but like I said, we target to have an integrated and an holistic approach to analysis of these systems. And just to point out that the project wants to really know how and at what extent healthy foods, safety managed water, and affordable and reliable modern energy service can be provided endogenously to its inhabitants to hamper city sustainable in the future. I know I'm reading the full sentences, but is important to mention the key objective of the project. In terms of just a very generic demonstration of what we are targeting to, so we want to merge and to combine it, to integrate all the components, all the phases of the food and the water and the energy systems in only one modeling tool, and to include these stakeholders and these citizens' socioeconomic profiles and resource preferences within the tool, to provide a robust assessment of what can be the transition for the city for sustainability regarding these resources. This uses an overview of the model, of the core model that will be used in the project. This is a model mainly targeting on the energy system, is being used extensively, not only in Portugal, but across the world for supporting science-based policy decision-making in terms of climate action. In Portugal was used in the most recent carbon neutrality roadmap. But also this model has already been applied at city level to support the energy action plans of the cities. This is just an overview of the components of the model. The model is really detailed in terms of technology. Of course, what we want to do is to expand the model to include not only energy, but also water and food systems, like I mentioned previously. This is just the overview of all the tasks within the project. I will not enter in detail, of course, but I just want to mention one highly relevant characteristic, that is the task number 3, that is associated with the social economic authorization of this city water, energy, food systems, and also where we will analyze the citizens' socioeconomic characteristics and the willingness to pay for new and innovative food productions or food products. In terms of case study, just to mention, the case study will be Cascais municipality. For those who don't know, Cascais is located near Lisbon in Portugal. Is a medium-sized city. Why is also really relevant? Because Cascais is fully committed with carbon neutrality, and we want to align our assessment with this strategy of the city to analyze what can be the effect. Here, just of course some numbers in terms of what is the current dependency or the self-sufficiency of the city regarding each of the resources. Of course, the dependency is really high, like almost any city in the world. Here are just key expected outcomes. I will highlight one of the key outcomes that we want to aim is to provide optimal configurations of the water, energy, food systems up to 2070. And also important is the inclusion of social aspects into the modeling tools that is not typical addressed in this kind of projects. Here is just, I need to mention the project team, and also make use of the opportunity to say that we are looking for a PhD student to make the thesis on this topic. And also I want to raise and to evidence that this team is a multidisciplinary team. We merge the different backgrounds from environmental engineers, system models, and social scientists, and I think will benefit the projects. And just some early insights that can maybe provoke some debates. I think I will raise that I think cross-disciplinarity boundaries is essential to provide a just and equitable sustainable transition, because there's a necessity to combine technical economic modeling and this consumer behavior and these social aspects that can reduce or enhance the transition process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luís Dias, for your presentation. I think you might need a lawyer. I didn't see a lawyer in your research team. Maybe you can find one at Nova Consumer Lab, because at the end you will have to make this happen, and you need to draw relevant and sound legislation for that. I have some questions, but we'll wait for the moment to put those questions. But which brought us this idea of looking at the cities as also a relevant area to bring food and to look at food, water, and energy in an integrated model. So changing some food production from the fields to the cities. And now I will just pass directly the floor to Lennart Olson. Professor Lennart Olson is coming from the Lund University in Sweden. Is the founding director of the Lund University Center for Sustainable Studies, and he will talk to us about perennial agriculture. So also to make a relevant and sound change from annual to perennial agriculture. So we have different, maybe complementary paths to find out our way into sustainability. Thank you so much, Professor Olson, to be with us. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So without further ado, I will try to share my screen with you, and I hope this is the one. And I hope you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the question is the future of European agriculture. Actually, I think it's the not only European, but I suppose the world agriculture should be perennial. And I'm trying to convince you that the answer to this question is yes. I have only a few minutes to do so. I'll see what I can do. So if we look at agriculture, it has been described by people like Jonathan Foley in his seminal paper in Nature in 2011. He described it as the most environmentally destructive activity that humanity ever invented. In terms of all aspects of environmental degradation, agriculture is the worst. But yet, it is the foundation of civilization. And the Neolithic revolution, when we actually started agriculture, that is often seen as the starting point of civilization. So it is nothing that we can do away with, but we have to transform it pretty radical. And if we think about what makes agriculture so incredibly damaging to the environment, but also socially, what is it? The root causes are actually two. It's that we use annual plants. Annual plants that needs to be uprooted every year or every season if you have 2 crops per year. So we have to destroy or disrupt the ecological processes annually. And we grow them in monocultures. So these two things, that is the root cause of both the environmental problems and I would argue many of the social problems of agriculture as we know it. So once upon a time, about 10 to 12,000 years ago, people started to domesticate annual grasses, and it was a process, sort of trial and error, and there were a lot of some serendipities that turned out that some of these grasses reacted very quickly to selection, and we are still dependent to very, very large extent on these very early domestications. And what is important is that if we talk about cereals, they are all annuals. And there's a logical reasons why they started and why they were able to domesticate annual grasses, because they are so much easier to domesticate. I will not go into detail why, but now we have all the scientific expertise, we have knowledge about genetics, we know a lot of things, so we can actually start all over again and domesticate perennial grasses or plants instead of annuals, and that would make an enormous difference. So the reason why we have agriculture all over the world looking like this, where we severely disrupt ecosystems and soil processes every year, is because we use annuals. So here I try to summarize some of these problems. Erosion. We have on conventional agriculture in typical sort of Western Europe or North America, we have the soil loss is 2 to 3 orders of magnitude faster than the regeneration of soil. So, I mean, it's not rocket science saying that this is absolutely unsustainable when you're losing soils faster than they are regenerating. Nutrients, we add a lot of nutrients, but about 50% of at least the nitrogen is simply lost. It's either lost to the atmosphere in terms of a greenhouse gas, very potent one, nitrous oxide, or it's lost to the water, either surface water, groundwater, where it ends up and ultimately pollutes our oceans. We are losing soil carbon. Soil is an enormous, big reservoir of carbon, 5 times bigger than what is in the atmosphere. And so when we if we look at our agricultural regions, we have lost 40 to 70% of the soil carbon that was there in the natural ecosystem that preceded agriculture. We are having a big problem of weeds, and the way we decided to deal with the weeds is extremely damaging to pollination problems, for example, pollination services, and we use a lot of energy. And all these problems can actually be traced down to the use of annuals. It's not enough. If we look at the social problems, agriculture is a business all over the world which is characterized by very poor returns on your labor. And this is because it's so costly to grow all these annuals. Here we show a diagram showing in thick green line, that is the relative price from 1980 to 2006, 17, 18, I think, of the price that farmers are paid for the produce, the cereals. And in the thin lines, we have the cost, the relative cost development of the inputs. And the biggest one, that's sort of seeds, and we have pesticides, and we have fertilizers, and so forth. So of course, this widening gap means that farmers are getting more and more stressed economically and socially. And the reason why we have this incredible system of agricultural subsidies in the world, here we show the in million euros how much we are subsidizing producers. This is to a very large extent because we use annuals. That makes agriculture so extremely input heavy. So agriculture must change, both for the environmental reasons here and now, but also for the future, climate change. Because if we look into the future, here we are, two pictures from the IPCC Special Report on Extreme Events report, trying to capture what kind of world can we expect by sort of mid-century, this one, or late century. And we see, and it's in a dryness, and we can see that Europe is right in the middle of this hotspot of places that are getting drier and hotter. And towards the end of the century, let's say we come into 2060, 2070, the scientific community is really, really concerned about the possibility of actually producing food in the way we do now. So we need to change, and we still have some time to do that. We have several decades to adapt new plants. And of course, the key is below the ground. It's not above the ground, it's below the ground, the roots. And this is the idea was formulated by the American agriculturalist Wes Jackson in his book 1980, New Roots for Agriculture, where he said we need to change to perennial plants. Most people thought he was a lunatic in that time, but nowadays nobody would laugh at Wes Jackson. Here is the first perennial cereal that has been domesticated, and I think it's about 4,000 years ago we domesticated a cereal before. So this is here is shown in 4 different stages of time. We have the perennial kernza, that's the name given to this. And to the left here is a wheat, conventional winter wheat. And this is winter wheat here is now ready to be harvested and start all over again. While the kernza grows this incredible root system, which is accumulating year after year after year. I summarize it here. It's still low yielding compared to wheat, but it increases by 10% for every breeding cycle. So within a couple of decades, we believe that it's possible to have a perennial cereal, which is wheat-like and on par with conventional wheat, and with the potential to actually increase further, and we can adapt it to the climatic conditions in the future. It is extremely drought resistant. There is zero erosion from it, a minimum undetectable levels of nitrogen and phosphorus losses from it. The carbon balance is a tremendous carbon sink, up to 13 tons of hectare per year. So it can actually help us dealing with climate change. And it's nutritious forage crop. So it opens up for a possibility of integrating livestock and crop production again. And if we grow it in go away from monoculture, have polyculture where we're mixing it with legumes. We can be self-sufficient in nitrogen, and it suppresses weeds, so we can grow without herbicides. So this is an important proof of concept that is about a few years old, but the work has been going on for about 30 years, and now we can see that it is possible. Then it's a question, how do we roll it out? So here is the plant, but it's not only a new crop. We're talking about replacing more or less every major staple food crop by a perennial alternative. So sorghum, barley, pigeon pea, rice is actually perhaps an even bigger success. The perennial rice is already has been released commercially. Kerns are sort of semi-commercial, and we have a couple of sort of legumes. We have sainfoin, which is very promising, and an oilseed. The research is catching up, so we have now over 50 research groups around the world, most of them in the United States. Europe is lagging behind, so I really hope that this is a call for getting the research up to speed in Europe. So if I summarize, a perennial revolution is possible, I would claim, and is also necessary in the long run. So what it will help us? To mitigate climate change. It will reduce soil erosion and coastal pollution. It will improve the biodiversity by eliminating herbicides. And it revitalize rural societies, because when farmers have a system of producing that is less costly, more of the income from farms will be used in the local economy. Presently, something like 50 to 70 or even up to 80% of the gross income to farms is used to buy external inputs. And these outlays that goes out of the local economy, because that goes to the big transnational corporations. And ensure food security towards the end of the 21st century, because the current crops will face unprecedented challenges when we come into 2060 or 70 or so. One implication of a perennial revolution is, of course, that there will be very little room for the agrochemical and seed agricultural complex. But I think that most people in the environment movement wouldn't miss the agrochemical corporations very much. So this is a positive side effect, I would hope. So thank you very much for listening. And I hand over to somebody else.
Thank you so much, Professor Lennart Olson, for your thoughts. And I noticed that there was not affiliated center in Portugal. So maybe it's something that we need to find out to make sure that also in Portugal these ideas can be proved and can be object of research and testing and so on. Definitely we will be about 10 billion inhabitants in the earth in the coming 20 or 30 years. So if we have lots of problems right now, namely environmental, and if we want to continue to feed ourselves, we need to find out new, different solutions, sustainable solutions that both save the planet and guarantee that we will have food. This is a very relevant path, and I was really pretty interested in your findings. After Professor Luisa Reisch, that will bring us another very relevant part of all these ideas, that is to look of how people decide and how people behave. We will see at insects, that is another relevant path to take a good look at with Francesco Montanari. But now I will open the floor to Professor Lucia Reisch. Professor Lucia is coming from the Copenhagen Business School in Denmark, but she's heading to Cambridge, as far as I understood. and she's a behavioral economist and will bring us her insights on behavioral food policy, which is a very, very relevant tool nowadays. So thank you so much, Professor Reisch. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And I guess you already see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. And I'm actually very happy to speak right after the previous speaker, because my thoughts were ultimately the changes that you, Lennart, asked for are actually behavioral changes, right? I mean, when the seeds are there, when the new plants are there, when the technology is there, to really change to a perennial system is basically a behavioral change. So this is why I was quite happy to hear that. So my little talk today is also a plea. I want to make the case for what I call behavioral food policy, right? So, and I'll only get to what it adds. There's also, of course, a discussion on where it ends and the limits. I'll be a bit short here today. But we also have the discussion later. So what is it? It basically answers two questions. The first is, what do actors in the food system actually really do? What do they do, and why do they act as they do? So this is beyond textbook models of the Homo economicus that we, at least when I got my training as an economist, learned. So this is really looking at the micro level of the individual and also, of course, of groups, because we're social animals and we also do what others do. The second question is, how can we, in the sense of we, society, but also very concrete policymakers, like policymakers in agriculture, how can we create lasting behavioral changes towards more sustainable lifestyles here today, particular food styles? And I will focus on the demand side, on the consumers, but as you have already grasped in my preliminary remarks, that also, of course, relates to farmers, that relates to all the actors in the food systems. And there are many. I mean, there's farmers, there's engineers, there's retailers. The focus today will indeed be on the consumers. So these are the two questions that a specifically behavioral-based food policy might help answer. What is it? Behavioral food policy is, well, as the name says, based on behavioral sciences. And with behavioral sciences, I mean behavioral economics. I'm a behavioral economist myself, but also a broad range of consumer science, social psychology, cognitive psychology, also neuroscience and decision science. Why? Because we do look into why do people act and decide the way they do. A second feature is that it puts the human actor or the group at center stage. So this is not about technology. This is not about like external shocks. This is really about having the human actor in the middle and seeing how he or she relates to the setting that surrounds him or her. And it's also important that this approach to policy assumes ex ante multidimensional rationalities in decision making. So this is beyond the classical profit maximizing, the classical what's in for me rationality. This does not mean irrationality, but what it means is it systematically takes people's biases or the use of heuristics, the emotions and liking systematically in account. And then I said, yes, human actor at center stage, but of course we know, and that's a lot of research has been done in consumer science in the past 10 or 20 years, that the context actually is absolutely key for behavior. Yes, it does matter what we know, our attitudes, our values, but ultimately And in the long run, it's usually the context influence variables are actually in the driver's seat. Context can be anything, could be environmental context, could be social context, like a group of like-minded people, can be the technical context, what is available, but also cultural, particularly when we talk about food. I mean, what is culturally acceptable, what is available? And that brings us to a focus on barriers and drivers. So what is it that actually, what does drive or hinder more sustainable food choices? We also sometimes speak of the AAA, which is affordability, accessibility, and availability, plus D, which is desirability, a lot of jargon here. Those things absolutely matter. And there's one of the most famous cognitive psychologists, Daniel Kahneman, he came up with this model of system 1, system 2 thinking. You might have come across that. And this is also behind the idea that the context is really key because it drives a lot of our immediate, impulsive, habitual behavior, the system 1 behavior. And finally, and this session is on nexus thinking. This is also because this is such a more complex and more comprehensive approach. In consumer research, we always think in nexi, right? So we think of interlinkages, of motive alliances, of spillovers and spill-unders. So this is why I think, particularly when we think in systems like food systems and the complex interlinkages within systems, such a behavioral approach that looks beyond technicalities might be helpful. Right, so for now, there was not a lot about politics and policies, but more about what basically behavioral economics and consumer science. So what does it really mean when we talk about food policies and food politics based on behavioral insights? So there's one specific type of instruments, sometimes called nudges, or sometimes if you apply them to yourself, then they're called snudges. The idea of choice architecture, which means curating a supportive environment, that context is key, are also instruments such as sludge audits. So sludge is something that keeps you from doing the right thing, something like very complex forms or time-consuming approaches in, when you apply for subsidies, or you name it. So instruments. Another feature of behavioral food policies and politics is that they're always empirically tested. So there's this mantra of test, learn, adapt, share the results, and improve in policymaking. And today there's luckily several toolboxes are available, like the OECD has produced a few, the JRC works with them. So that is really important. Yes, we do also work with models, but they should be or have to be empirically tested. Why? Because when we talk about behavior and we talk about context, that will always be case dependent and setting dependent. So yes, we do have models, we do have theories, but the application will always be case dependent. And the behavioral food politics comes also with a specific process. That means there will be some need to change policy process. A lot is about learning, about piloting, about trying things, about feedback loops, about experiments. Does it work, and why not? And what can we do to improve it? Again, very much case-based, and that's a little bit different from, for instance, applying a tax like a fat tax or a regulation. That is usually not case dependent. And then, because this is kind of a new instrument, there has been a lot of debate about the ethicality of such a process, because it is not regulation, it's not taxes, it's something else. And so it is very important to be mindful of what it means to have and to apply good governance of nudging. Nudges should be cost effective as other policy tools, should be welfare enhancing, but also socially accepted. And what really helps is to work with participatory processes, particularly with the people in place, because they know usually often best. I'm not going to go through this slide in detail. Here are just, because I've been talking about nudges, here is a list of well, types of different nudges, not all of them. Let me just really maybe take one. One of the very forceful ones are defaults. So thinking that there has been quite some encouraging research on using portion sizes, for instance, to avoid food waste. Another one would be using choice architecture to create salience and add ease of access, for instance, in canteens, but also in retails. We've been done a lot of field experiments with supermarkets, for instance. And there's another that I called FEAST, another acronym that I think is worth at least having heard once, which stands for fun, easy, attractive, social, relevant, and timely. So whatever setting is targeted and whatever instrument is used, it is very important to do that in that way, that it's easy, that is somehow attractive and also timely. Thinking about farmers for a moment, not about consumers, and haven't talked about harvest and yearly versus perennial harvest. That does matter a lot. I mean, when do you actually approach farmers in the third world to, you know, with like World Bank programs? It does matter a lot, because at some time of the year they might have more and less time and more or less budget available to actually follow through. Okay. And the good thing is that while I'm making here a plea for behavioral food policy, it's not exactly new, and I'm not claiming that it's completely new. But luckily, several groups are actually, have been working on both the concept and are already employing it. Maybe not always under this label of behavioral food policy, but they do it. And this is just one example from the Global Panel on Agriculture and Food Systems for Nutrition on future food systems, and working towards a planetary healthy diet. And here we have, again, our AAA, available, accessibility, affordability, and desirability. So that would be one example where those ideas are have been taken up. And a few other ones is, I already mentioned briefly, the OECD toolkit that has been developed over the past years, about where it's like a step-by-step approach for policymakers to how to actually design effective and socially acceptable and helpful little behavioral based instruments or nudges, and how to actually govern that process well. Another example is the United Nations Food System Summit to be held in October of this year, where I'm involved in one of the action tracks on food systems change. And again, I mean, this is a lot has to do with behavioral change, and knowing about how to at least help promoting that change is indeed very helpful. And this is also where this behavioral food policy and politics have entered the scene. And finally, the upcoming IPCC Sixth Assessment Report, there will be a new chapter on demand-side instruments, and not just on food, but on all kind of consumption, where we, or this group has systematically reviewed the evidence that is out there. I mean, what works, how efficient is it, what is the cost effectiveness? So there are a few initiatives already out there that do work with that concept. And this is, if you're interested in some more details, this is something I've been working on in the past years, and just put together for a little paper. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Lucia Reisch. it's really good to hear someone from an economic background stressing the idea that we have to put people, relevant, normal people, flesh people, into the really core of public policies, and of course politics as an instrument to put into force these policies. So that's very good. And of course, both from the side of the supply or the demand, we're talking about people, we're talking about their aspiration, their needs, their preferences. And I will move to Dr. Francesco Montanari, which will bring us some insights on insects. And what about introducing insects in our food and feed as a way to tackle the sustainability goals. So Professor Montanari has a PhD on European law, consumer European law, and he has just finished a master's degree on food consumption science. And he will talk to us about sustainability through insects. So please, Francesco Montanari, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Professor Assunção Cristas, for this nice presentation. It's a great pleasure to be here today with you and to speak to such a large audience. So I have also a presentation to share with you, and I suppose that you can see it already.
Yes, yeah. We can. Please go ahead. And if I can just add something, just to remind our participants that you might start putting some questions. Of course, we'll have time for that, but if you want to start, just can put it on the chat so that I can organize our debate after the presentation. So Professor Montanari, continue. Thank you.
Thanks. So today I'll have the pleasure to share with you the funding of the research that I personally carried out over the last couple of years. Is indeed the main focus of this research is regulation of insect productions as a source of food and feed and as a part of the EU sustainability agenda. Today, insects play multi-food roles in the agri-food chain. Probably most people would think about insects, first of all, as an environmental threat to crops and harvests. But insects are indeed more than that. They are biodiversity agents, as they make sure that nature follows its own course. And I think that the case of pollinator is certainly a good example in that sense. They have been used since ancient history and also today as pest control agents. They play a role also in the circular economy, as some insect species have the ability to decompose organic residues, notably food waste and food. Also, they can be a source of food. Let's not forget that they already provide key ingredients, including food additives and colorants. But more than that, today we count over 2,000 insect species that are considered as edible. Why insect production is considered as a sustainable farming option for the agriculture of our future? There are a number of arguments in support of this view. First of all, insect farming requires less agricultural inputs than traditional livestock. This means less land, less water, and less feed. Secondly, insects perform better and more efficiently, I would say, than the most common food-producing animal when it comes to transforming the feed that they eat into edible meat. Moreover, edible parts of insects are higher in percentual terms if compared with edible mass of other farmed animals. They're also a source of high-quality proteins, and this makes them an alternative to meat and other products of animal origin. Therefore, they are strategic products to achieve adequate level of food security, which is an issue that other speakers have already address in their presentations. Finally, we should also mention that certain insect feed applications can be an alternative to resource-intensive feed production currently used by the feed industry, and this is certainly the case for fish and soy meals used in aquaculture. If we consider the regulatory framework for insects for human consumption at the international level, we can conclude that insects are scarcely regulated. At the level of the Codex Alimentarius, which is the international standard-setting body for food quality and safety, insects are primarily relevant as foreign bodies that may affect the safety and the quality of other foods in which they are contained. In other countries outside the EU, and where insects constitute a recent novelty for the human diet, in most cases there is no dedicated framework for that. And also, insects may have multiple regulatory statuses. This is the case of the United States, but also of Australia. And say my understanding or my conclusions in this respect is that the lack of legal certainty may explain the fact that the market uptake for insects as food in those countries has been limited so far. But Switzerland is an exception in this context that based on the analysis that I conducted on the legal order of these European countries, Switzerland, we can conclude that Switzerland has the most complete and advanced legal framework for insects as food and feed. We have currently 3 species that have been authorized since 2017, while for insect feed, Switzerland follows exactly EU rules and authorization. Moving to the regulatory experience in the EU, we can say that the interest for insects as food and feed in the EU is quite recent. A scientific report by the European Food Safety Authority in 2015 represent probably a key milestones for the sector. In the report, EFSA concluded for the general safety of these animals to be used for human and animal diet. Overall, we can also claim that the EU insect feed market is at this moment in time much more developed and matured than the food one. This is essentially due to the fact that as of 2017, we have 7 insect species that have been authorized as processed animal proteins, the so-called PAP, for use as aquafeed. There are also other legislative developments in the pipeline which will help the insect feed sector to consolidate further in the years to come. Probably the most important change that will happen is the extensions of the use of insects to feed other farmed animals such as pigs, broilers, and laying hens. Also, the possibility of feeding insects on organic substrates such as meat and fish and catering waste is also being considered at EU level at this moment in time, and this certainly respond to the circular economy approach that the EU has been promoting over the last few years. Concerning the regulations of insects as food in the European Union, when the discussion over the possibility to use them for human consumption in the EU started, these animals have been considered as novel foods under EU food law. This, in concrete terms, means that insect food applications need to undergo a full risk assessment before they can be placed on the market lawfully. However, under the prior novel food regime, which was in place in the EU until 2017, there was a lack of consensus and therefore clarity over the classifications of whole insects as novel food. In the absence of a EU common and shared approach, each member state essentially went his own way interpreting the relevant legislations. And this resulted eventually in the fragmentations of the EU market for insect food applications. And as you can see it also in the map on the left part of the screen, this shows say the different national approaches that we had back in 2018. Recently, in October 2020, the European Court of Justice had the chance to rule on this matter and considered that all insects did not fall into EU novel food legislation. Therefore, member states had the opportunity to regulate their production and commercialization in accordance with their own level of consumer protection and public health deemed appropriate in accordance with their respective national orders. The introduction of a new novel food regime since 2017 has brought some clarity into the regulations of insects as food. So it has been clarified once for all by the EU legislature that all insects applications have to be considered as novel food, and they are therefore to be subject to a full scientific risk assessment by the European Food Safety Authority. Since the introduction of the new novel food regime, we have 12 novel food applications that are currently pending and that concern 7 different insect species. So far, only 1 application, and one of those that concern the species Tenebrio molitor, has passed, has obtained the green light from the EU risk assessor. And exactly today, while we are speaking in this conference, the European Commission and the member states are discussing the authorizations of these insect applications for the first time. So we may expect a final decision on this specific insect species at some stage this year. In spite of these recent positive developments in the EU legal framework for insects as human consumption, an analysis of the EU approach to their regulation reveals that there are some regulatory obstacles that prevent the sector from developing further. The first one has to do again with the national differences that still persist, and this mostly is due to the legal arrangements aimed at permitting the transitions from the old novel food regime to the new one. But also the current pending novel food authorizations appear to be particularly lengthy. So, and based on my calculation, we have an average of 30 months for the pending applications concerning insects against the time frame foreseen by EU legislation, which is around 17 months. Also, once these authorizations will be granted, the authorizations may be covered by the protection of scientific data and studies that have been used to support the novel dossier application. This, in practical terms, means that only the initial applicant may be able to exploit commercially the novel foods for a maximum period of 5 years. And I think this is a very important point that has been somehow overlooked and neglected by the sector, and that can indeed impact the arrival of insect products on the market. Indeed, the majority of the pending application, for the majority of the pending applications, this legal protection has been requested. Finally, we need also to consider that the EU legal framework for insects still needs to be built, as it happens for other products of animal origins. Some technical rules are lacking today for hygiene, for veterinary residues, but on the positive sides, in other policy areas, we have already done significant progress for their regulation, and this is the case for import legislations and organics. Considering all these elements, one could say that insects for human consumption, in particular, are facing significant regulatory hurdles on the EU market, and which indeed prevents the sector from developing. So for my understanding and my prediction is that it will still take a few years for insects to be present systematically and uniformly across the EU market. However, we need also to take into account some positive elements which stand out, in particular if we compare the EU regulatory experience with that one of its main trading partners. So the EU has, for the time being, the highest number of insect species that are approved as to be used as feed, the highest number of ongoing authorizations for food. The EU legislature is hardly working to build a regulatory framework that can actually accommodate the specificity of this new product category. And currently, the level of legal certainty that we have achieved on the EU market can be considered as a satisfactory if it's compared with the situation that we just had a few years ago. So all in all, we can conclude that today there are all the premises for the EU to become the future global leader in setting standards for quality and safety for insects as food and feed. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Of course, there is a lot more to say on the technicalities and the legal aspects, but we'll see what questions the audience might have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Francesco Montanari. Apart from the technicalities, I was wondering if European citizens are open to start eating insects, maybe in some applications or indirectly through feed. But anyway, that's something that you might answer when we come to the debate. But I will pass the floor to Marta Santos Silva, that will talk to us about healthy food choices. Maybe insects might be part of these healthy food choices, still don't know. But she's going to share with us her ideas on Nutri-Score as a nudging technique to enhance a healthier food choice. Dr. Marta Santos Silva is coming from the Maastricht University in the Netherlands. She's lecturer at the private law department. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Assunção Cristas. So I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank Professor Jorge Moreira Carvalho for the opportunity of presenting here today in this very distinct panel of speakers, and also to congratulate you for this already very successful and important conference. The topic which brings me here today is the front of pack label Nutri-Score and its characterization as a nudge for steering healthy consumption behaviors. According to the World Health Organization, obesity is one of the greatest public health challenges of the 21st century. Its prevalence has tripled in many countries of the World Health Organization's European region since the 1980s, and unhealthy diets seem to be partially to blame for this. Public health officials have been trying to counteract this pandemic through a range of health interventions, such as information campaigns and educational programs that are aimed at advising consumers on healthy eating habits. They soon arrived at the perception, however, that, as Professor Lucia Reisch very well said in her own presentation, eating is not only an individual choice, it's also influenced by the social, economic, environmental context of consumers. Over the past years, research on how our environment impacts our food choices has particularly emphasized that our food environment makes it difficult for consumers to choose healthy, mainly due to marketing, to food marketing, that drives them to opt for low nutrient and highly calorific foods. So in this context, international public bodies and national governments concluded that making the healthier choice the easiest choice for consumers requires a combination of policies aimed at informing, educating, protecting, and also empowering consumers. So they started endorsing nutrition labeling as a tool that meets consumers' requirements for accurate, standardized, and comprehensible information on the content of food items in order to make healthy choices, and thus plays an important role in preventing rates of obesity and unhealthy diets. Over the years, governments and representatives of the food industry have launched many initiatives to improve nutritional labels. The Regulation on Food Information to Consumers, the FIC regulation, which is the general legal framework applicable to nutritional and dietary information, requires that most prepackaged foods bear a nutrition declaration of 100 grams or milliliters for key nutrients that must, in principle, be presented in a legible table format. This declaration is provided very often on the back of the package and in a very, very small font, and so it's typically hard for consumers to notice and decipher it. Moreover, this regulation prevents member states from imposing the use of more consumer-friendly front-of-pack labels on their territory, which lowers the level of consumer protection and increases the fragmentation of the single market. Front-of-pack nutrition labeling systems consist of more consumer-friendly ways of providing an at-a-glance, simplified, and thus intuitive information about the nutritional quality of foods, and thus of empowering consumers by helping them to make healthier consumption choices. The EU Farm to Fork strategy, adopted in May 2020 as part of the European Green Deal, was to create a favorable food environment that makes it easier to choose healthy and sustainable diets. The documents that accompanied this strategy concluded that setting nutrient profiles is necessary to meet a high level of consumer protection. They also concluded that front-of-pack nutrition labeling schemes have the potential to help consumers make health-conscious food choices, and that evaluative schemes that use color coding appear most promising for improving the healthfulness of consumers' shopping baskets. Within this context, the European Commission announced that it intends to submit by the end of 2022 a proposal for harmonized mandatory front-of-pack nutrition labeling and for the setting of nutrient profiles to restrict the promotion of food high in unhealthy ingredients. This announced proposal is certainly good news. The harmonized and mandatory nature of EU labels is likely to help removing obstacles to free movement of foodstuffs and also to ensure some consistency in labeling, which is important to avoid further confusion by consumers regarding these labels. There are three main approaches for applying nutrient profiling criteria for front-of-pack labeling schemes. The first typical one is to enumerate the nutrient contribution that a food makes to recommend nutrient intakes. The second is to set thresholds amounts for individual nutrients, which divide nutrient contributions into categories that are either graded or binary. The third approach is to apply algorithms to derive a consolidated score representing the product's overall nutritional profile. Nutri-Score is a front-of-pack labeling scheme originated in France that follows this last approach. It converts the nutritional value of food and beverages into a very simple overall score that is shown in front of the pack. It's based on a scale of 5 colors and letters. And it's calculated considering the nutrients to limits, such as calories and salt, and the ones to favor, such as fiber and proteins. Products get negative points for the former and positive points for the latter. The score is then summarized on this 5-step scale that you can see in the screen that goes from A, green, to E, dark orange, where A represents the best nutritional quality and E represents the lowest nutritional quality. Research seems to confirm that Nutri-Score is currently the best performing front-of-package nutritional labeling scheme. Psychology research argues that visual elements tend to have longer lasting effects on memory than textual elements, and that color coding, when specifically combined with a grade, helps consumers the most in identifying more healthy products. The Nutri-Score has been making its way in many European countries. It has been officially endorsed in France, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Spain, and it's supported by some major food companies. However, the Nutri-Score is being opposed to by a series of Southern European countries, including Italy, which implemented the Nutri-Inform battery, which we can also see here in the slide in blue. It's a classic non-evaluative and I believe non-intuitive label that provides nutrient-specific information and is said to promote foods typical of the Mediterranean diet. Despite the strong endorsement in several European countries, Nutri-Score remains voluntary for EU states, so nearly 40 stakeholders from across the spectrum call the European Commission for it to become mandatory in the EU. Now, given its underlying aim of helping curbing obesity, we can consider Nutri-Score a nudge, and we've heard already about the most important points of nudges in the insightful presentation of Professor Lucia Reisch, but I can just perhaps very briefly mention the definition of its authors, which is any aspect of the choice architecture, meaning the context in which people make decisions that changes people's behavior in a predictable way without forbidding any options or significantly changing their economic incentives. Public officials across the globe have been using nudges to promote health. They are effective, they are low-cost interventions, and they're more palatable than restrictive regulation. Despite the excitement around Nutri-Score, the imminent harmonization of mandatory front-of-pack nutrition labeling asks us to have a closer look at the risks of nudges in general and this health nudge in particular, both in terms of efficiency and of legitimacy. Regarding efficiency, it's argued that the way individuals answers to nudges depends on their context and that they can easily counter nudge. Thereby, some authors argue that when the values we aim to protect are as important as health or the environment, then we should appeal to harder tools to reach them as an alternative or at least as a combination with nudge. As for the legitimacy claims, an important criticism which is made to nudge relates their potentially manipulative character, the lack of transparency, and the detriment it would bring to consumers' autonomy. Regarding its manipulative potential, it's perhaps important to recall something Professor Lucia Reisch already also mentioned in her presentation, that is this distinction made by Professor Daniel Kahneman, also a Nobel, that he uses two cognitive systems. So we have system 1, which is a more impulsive system, and system 2, a cognitive system for collecting information and making decisions that demands more reflection and is thus less relied upon on a daily basis to take decisions. So therefore, people are usually influenced by very many cognitive and psychological biases, and they tend to take irrational decisions that do not serve their welfare. It's argued by some that pictorial claims such as Nutri-Score carry a bigger risk of misleading consumers regarding products' health benefit than textual claims because they act upon system 1 rather than system 2, making consumers more vulnerable to biased inferences. Indeed, consumers may overgeneralize the claim to overall health benefits of the A-rated products, which can lead to overconsumption of these products. And also, on the other hand, through the so-called forbidden fruit or boomerang effect, E-rated products or lower rated products can also generate increased consumption, so which is exactly what we intend to avoid. As far as transparency is concerned, Nutri-Score seems to check the box. This is in fact, there is even an implementation in Excel that you can see in the slide, which is openly available, that allows any person to test how the algorithm works. But we should perhaps consider if this is really intuitive, if this is really working on our system 1, or if it's again appealing to system 2 and it's less intuitive than we wish. Last but not least, regarding Nutri-Score's impact on autonomy. According to a taxonomy of health nudges, Nutri-Score may be classified as a mandatory information nudge. These nudges seem to present a lower risk for the autonomy of the consumer than, for example, mandatory defaults and choice architecture. Think, for example, of cashier counters cleared of sweets, and also less intrusion than mandatory choice editing. Think, for example, vegan or sugar-free days in cafeterias. According to Thaler and Sunstein, at the art of nudging is a philosophy entitled Libertarian Paternalism, which would legitimize this policy intervention. For these authors, on the one hand, the nudge is paternalistic because it stimulates choices that are seen as welfare-enhancing for the individual. But on the other hand, the nudge is libertarian because it would not be constraining the freedom of the agent who could always decide not to follow the nudge. However, we must ask ourselves in Nutri-Score is in the best interest of every consumer and whether in practice consumers can opt out of it. As for the first, we may presume from the opposition of many Southern European countries that there would be perhaps Italian, Cypriot, Greek consumers that would feel rather annoyed by seeing highly esteemed smoked meats or seasoned olives be rated rather poorly by Nutri-Score. And even when they don't feel challenged, more liberal-oriented consumers may claim the authority of demanding to make their own choices for themselves. Several nudge supporters, including Sunstein, have been fighting this criticism, saying that a choice architecture is inevitable, and thus it's better to have a good one than a bad one. More specifically regarding health nudges, some authors argue that this intrusion into the autonomy of the consumer could be justified by a certain interpretation of the right to physical integrity in Article 3 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights that would actually oblige the EU legislator to protect individual consumers from making decisions that are contrary to their health. I'm just now finalizing with some preliminary conclusions of my research so far. So the ethics of nudge and of health nudges in particular, as you can see, it's a very wide field for debate. I will just leave you with 4 takeaway preliminary conclusions that can provide some food for further research and debate. First, Nutri-Score has been tested thoroughly by scientific studies and governmental bodies and agencies, and has proved to be a good method to steer nutritional choices. Nevertheless, the next 2 years should be properly seized to study its comparative advantages and disadvantages in reference to other methods, and assess whether all dietary recommendations, public health considerations, generally accepted scientific evidence on the relationship between diet, nutrition, and health, as well as other considerations, are being properly accounted for. 2, if it is to be decided for the Nutri-Score in terms of mandatory, implementation of this marketing technique should be object of regular ex-post impact assessments, consumer surveys and behavior assessment in real-life grocery shopping environments if possible, so that we can evaluate the efficiency of these methods. Third, to ensure the legitimacy of nudges, transparency should be ensured at all times. Consumers should be given the chance and the encouragement to learn how the opted-for labeling scheme works. This can be done through the use of totems in grocery stores, government-supported TV advertisements, etc. And finally, health nudges should be part of the health policy toolkit, but rather as alternatives, they should serve as complement to or substitutes for other tools, including required nutritional standards such as salt content and tax measures such as fat or soft drink taxes. I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
I'm muted. Well, thank you so much, Marta Santos Silva, for your presentation. And I was wondering if we would come at a stage that we will combine this Nutri-Score related to healthy and health and healthier food to environmental friendly food. Will we come to a combination between both? We'll see that. I was wondering, but we don't have Q&A. We had one question, but someone answered that already, I believe. At least I don't see it anymore in my screen.
I'm sorry, I thought it was targeted to me.
No, perfect. Don't worry, that's perfect. Then we can move on. I have quite a few questions for each of you, but I was wondering if you wanted to, any of you, to make some comment or to put a question to any of the other panelists, because I feel that's a very good way to start the debate. So if that's the case, just raise your hand. If that's not the case, I will start. So Francesco, Montanari, you want to make a comment or add a question? And I will have some questions for each of you. But anyway, Francesco, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I really enjoyed all the presentations of the previous speakers. The last one from Marta Santos Silva is particularly dear to me, since I've been working on front of pack nutritional labeling since 2004, when the Food Standards Agency in the UK started and launched this first say model and suggestion for this for this approach. And I was wondering now, I mean, after so many years, we're still here talking about suitable models and what can be acceptable to consumers, but also to the different markets. And Marta, I think, gave a very thorough and detailed presentations of the state of the art of the EU market with the different positions from member states. And I'm perfectly aware that my own country of origin is against any form of color coding. So my question would be if, I mean, Marta thinks that this will be, I mean, there will be the chance to have really a political agreement among member states on the way forward, knowing that when we discussed for a long time the establishment of nutrient profiles, we couldn't reach an agreement. So, I mean, we have legislation since 2006 and they've never been implemented. Also, coming from the countries where we come from, there will be products indeed that if the Nutri-Score approach is applied, would be penalized. I'm thinking about olive oil or all the products covered by geographical indication. So what would be, I mean, the workable solutions to accommodate all these differences, if any? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Francesco. Marta, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Francesco. It's great to hear that you've been working on this, and particularly in Italy. Indeed, I think this is a highly political issue, and we do have two fronts here. We have some Southern European countries that are very strongly against this Nutri-Score and this coloring labeling scheme, and then we have well, about 40 stakeholders from across the spectrum that actually asked the European Commission to make it mandatory. So I really do think that we have two blocks here, and there will be some debate. What I do think is that there's still some misinformation. For example, myself, when I was starting research on this topic, I was wondering why was it that non-cooked cut fries, so pommes frites, why was it that they were so low in the ranking of Nutri-Score? I would imagine that fries would be, you know, D or E rated. But then I start reading the blog of the creators of Nutri-Score that is extremely illustrative, and they explain that they just check the score before the food product is treated, before it's cooked. And in fact, fries, non-cooked fries, are just plain potatoes, which are actually healthy products. So there's a lot of misinformation, and I really do think that if there's more investment in educational programs and information campaigns, there might be some room for a common understanding.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Marta. I don't know if anybody from the panel wants to put a question, but if that's not Luís, Dias, and Marta.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for all the really nice presentations. I have a question for Francesco. So I know that insect production is like a high trends topic, but do you have any information in terms of insect production regarding energy or consumption or resource consumption? If there is really intense or not? I assume not. Thank you.
Thanks, Luís. Yes, there is literature in this regard, but I must say that it's early stage, at least in the European Union. So I would say that research is not yet conclusive enough because of the different approaches that we have in different countries, and also because we are still missing large-scale farms to be able to actually measure these impacts in terms of energy. And I think one aspect that is still to be studied more thoroughly is also the production of greenhouse gases. So lots have been done in terms of food safety, food quality, consumer research and consumer acceptance. But I think that the missing point, and which is still in its infancy, is exactly the overall environmental impact when insect farming becomes a traditional way of rearing animals. And I think we are still far from there. You have to think that we have countries like Portugal, Italy, and France that they have banned the production and the commercialization. So we have no way to say source any concrete data and information. This information may be present and may be available in companies that are developing their own products. And of course, in the majority of cases, this information will not be publicly available.
Thank you so much, Francesco. I can imagine, Luís, that producing insects in cities might be a possibility for the future, because you don't need so much space compared to other animals, and of course the production method might be very different. So that was one of the questions I was going to put, was if you can imagine a city where you have some buildings dedicated to, for example, insects production, because you told us about vegetables, but insects might be a common species and the coming species to grow in the cities. But I have Professor Lucia Reisch with a hand raised. Please, Professor Lucia.
Yeah, just to add, I think that actually this is already happening. I mean, insects, mushrooms, and algae are the big kind of the hot topics. And one's, of course, also for health reasons to reduce the other animal protein we have. But then, and that is goes to your question, Ms. Chairman, is that we are, I mean, definitely have moved beyond healthy food towards what is now called planetary healthy foods. So, for instance, the Eat Lancet Commission, or also those initiatives that I have briefly shown, like the UN Summit. This is now all, I mean, we usually do think, I mean, luckily have started to think in a nexus, in the climate and health nexus that is very, very, I mean, even more closely interrelated and linked that we had thought before, which has also been, I think, very much in focus now with the last year's pandemic, that also kind of clearly showed which systems are more or less resilient, and that any kind of silo approaches simply won't work.
That's right, Professor Lucia. And I was wondering, we're talking about behavior or driving more softly or more hardly the consumer choices into the direction that we commonly accept and feel that it's the best, being it a more healthy decision or a more sustainable decision, and so on. But I was wondering, what are the limits to that soft or hard pressure? And that is a ground for ethics and philosophy and so on. And also thinking about this a very relevant change in agriculture that Professor Lennart Olson brought to us, I was wondering, how can we somehow convince or nudge or pressure or whatsoever all the system, the producers, the agricultures and the intermediates and all that, to take a look at a very different way of producing. So for Professor Lennart Olson, my question was, do you feel to make this transition, or at least to make some room to understand if it's viable or not from a scientific agricultural point of view? You told us that it has proven, but from the sociological point of view and economic point of view, what are your feelings about how to address this change, how to convince people to at least get a try and feel if that's possible or not? And at the end, we might be talking again about Nutri-Score, having this information not only about health but about environment and the way of production, being it bio or a very different way of doing agriculture, moving to perennial agriculture and so on. So I think that was pretty much addressed to Professor Lennart also, but also to Professor Lucia Reisch, if you want to comment on this topic.
Okay, yes. I mean, if there is an agricultural system or agricultural practice that will drastically reduce the cost of production, drastically reduce the labor input, no herbicides, no seeds, very little machinery, of course, that will be very attractive to farmers. So breaking out of what we call the agricultural treadmill is, of course, very attractive to farmers. What is in the sort of preventing this or barrier to this is, of course, the extremely powerful and consolidated agrochemical and seed industry. This kind of agriculture will basically destroy the industry we have today, and they will not be passive, of course. We have already seen that, of course, they are looking at our papers. They are the first ones to read. So when you publish a paper with the title, Is the Future of Agriculture Perennial?, the first readers come from Monsanto. So of course they're interested and they are planning ahead, how can we prevent this or co-opt it? So for example, this vision, I think it's a vision of moving agriculture. If put it like this, the previous agricultural revolutions we've had, the Haber-Bosch revolution, sort of early 20th century, the Green Revolution, and then the GMO revolution, they have all moved agriculture away from the natural function, sort of ecological function. We have moved agriculture further and further away from it. This is the first revolution that will have the potential to actually moving agriculture closer to a natural functioning ecosystem. So therefore, I would guess that Bayer or Monsanto would love to have a Roundup Ready Kernza, which makes sense from a pure sort of industrial agricultural point of view, but it's of course against the vision of having an agriculture that is truly sustainable. So it's the question how I think the agrochemical industry will behave. Luckily, there are still a few independent seed conglomerates out there. There's one French, there's a Danish, and a German one that are not controlled by the agrochemical industry. They are extremely useful. So I think they are our allies in this, while all the rest, something like 70 to, I think above 70, maybe close to 80% of the seed companies are actually owned by agrochemical companies. And we know, for example, GMO technology or genetic technology, 80% of all the GM crops that have been released, they are aimed at increasing the links between farmers and the seed industry. For example, Roundup Ready, that's sort of so it's really a powerful play out there, but I think it's so attractive to farmers, and it should be so attractive to politics, agricultural politics in the future. And then, of course, the question, how will the agricultural subsidies, how will the system of subsidies react? At the moment, I think that if people really knew what the cost of these subsidies is to the consumers, they would react. The winners of these subsidies are not the farmers, not the consumers, but it's primarily the agriculture input industry.
Thank you so much for your insights. And I have two questions here. One for the whole panel. and another one directed to Professor Lucia. Professor Lucia, you were just about to take the floor. If you want to add the answer to this question, that is from Marija Barty, that asks, I wonder whether it is not time to reconsider the balance between libertarianism and paternalism. It seems to me that behavioral insights have their place, but far more limited than the earlier interventions suggested. What do you think is the future of nudging as a policy approach? How do we distribute responsibility between public and private in the face of climate crisis and COVID? So, Professor Lucia, if you had this
is a very, yes, thank you. That's excellent, excellent question.
The question.
Yes, thank you. I was actually, if I may, about to comment on the discussion we just had, or kind of add, I mean, on the as regards the perennial agriculture, because I mean, one thing is the loss of the that potential loss to the big Monsantos of this world, but they are already a step ahead now, because they have been transformed to big data platforms. So all those, all those moves into precision farming, agricultural robots, I mean, they are now, that's the next stage. So I would see another reason why they would not be happy about a kind of back to nature perennial agriculture. So I think it's an absolute fascinating strategy that I definitely will try to dig into. But it will not be easy, because they're now stronger than ever because of these. I mean, they're the new Googles, etc. Anyway, and now to this question, which is very smart and very long. So I make it very short. The answer is that it all depends. The future of nudging, I think it's absolutely there. And I mean, there's always some people who kind of, there might have been a hype in some applications that might have overstated some results, and also, but this is very normal for a field that is developing. I mean, this is kind of still new after, let's say, 15, maximum 20 years. So that's nothing for a field, and there will be ups and downs. But the most important thing is that it really depends. I mean, there's always I think the last slide of Marta's presentation was, it should always be a supplement and not an alternative. But no one ever said that it should, it should kind of push other more effective policy instruments to the side. Not at all. That would be very, very dangerous. It can improve existing instruments, and in some specific applications, and we have to look into that. We have to check it. We have to do case-by-case pilot studies, and then if it ends to be more cost-effective, then we go for nudges. If not, luckily we do have, and we do need, regulation and taxes. So I mean, climate change will not be solved with nudges, that is for sure, but we can help get the ball rolling and make it smoother and maybe faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucia. I have one question that I think that Lennart also might answer, just a written answer. That is a participant that is asking for an agrochemical, a book that could be recommended to agrochemical companies that are interested in change. So Professor Olson, if you could just text one or two references, if you have that by heart, or any place where this participant might find good information for that, it would be perfect. And one last question, because we have only 3 minutes to finish our panel. I would take this, that's coming from Luzak. And the question is it feasible to work with standards in policy making facilitating sustainability that will not lead to some misinformation? And the case pointed is the French fries example for Nutri-Score. So is it possible to provide good, sound information, work with standards that facilitate sustainability, but not leading to misinformation? With these final questions, and a lot of them are here in my paper to put, but fortunately we'll have another opportunity. But for the time being, if you could answer this last question that was posed by the audience, it would be great. Thank you. So I don't know if all of you want to answer, or a part of you just, well, just unmute your micro and go ahead.
Can I answer the question about the book? Look for the author Michael Carolyn, C-A-R-L-O-N. I tried to answer your question on the chat, but I probably pressed the wrong button, so your question disappeared. Michael Carolyn, he has written quite a lot on this, an American sociologist.
Thank you. And what about standards for sustainability that are good, sound, and don't drive us to misinformation? Marta or Francesco? Well, the two of you that are pretty much interested in labeling.
I'll be very brief, and based on my experience, I think the main difficulties is first of all to define what sustainability is and what are all the components that we have, say, under this definition of sustainable development. And maybe if we try to promote one, we risk impact negatively on the other. So we have been researching now animal welfare, and animal welfare is potentially part of a future sustainable labeling at EU level. But giving you a practical example, if we consider and if we give more animal welfare to certain animal species, and for example, we let them say grow in an extensive system, we may have other undesired impacts on the environment, first of all, and also in terms of animal health and food safety, because the risk of contracting avian influenza in this kind of animal disease is higher. So I think in summary, I think it's a very difficult exercise, and the case of the Nutri-Score proves that it's difficult to find an agreement, first of all, on what the standards are.
So maybe we have to have a multitude of labels, and then consumers decide if they prefer a healthier or a more sustainable solution, or decide each day differently. Marta, you want to add something?
I just wanted to add something really quickly, just to say, which was actually a question that I was going to ask to Lucia, but now I can also make a short comment. I think that some conceptual clarification is necessary, especially when we're talking of nudges and of nudging interventions, because we see that even the ones that coined the term, Professor Thaler and Sunstein, they do have a definition of nudge where it does not include economic incentives, but then they give some examples throughout their book of economic incentive nudges, in fact. So I think it will be really interesting to think about some clarification, because I think then nudging would be an even better tool to assist policymakers in making good policy, public policy.
There's a new edition of their book coming out this summer, and there you find a lot of your questions answered.
That's fantastic. That's great to know.
So thank you all, and each of you. It was really a pleasure to be in this panel, to moderate this panel, and to get to know your work and your insights. And thank you so much for the participants that just grew through our panel. And another thank and enormous gratitude to Jorge Moreira da Silva, professor at Nova School of Law, executive director of Consumer Lab at Nova School of Law. It's great to assist and to be part of this conference, and congratulations for you in particular, Jorge. Thank you all of you panelists. Thank you for the participants, and nice and good researches and work. And we'll be here to continue and to see the moves and somehow participate in these very good moves. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully next time in Lisbon, presentially.
Yes.
Maybe we can start. Let me first say good afternoon to everyone, to our speakers, but also to our participants, and thank you very much for being here today. My name is Gonçalo. I'm also part of Nova Consumer Lab, but of course we are here to listening to all these fantastic speakers on sustainable, that will address us in issues relating to sustainable consumption of energy. As I said before, I'll follow an alphabetical order, and I will immediately give the floor to Jorge Moreira da Silva. But first, and if I may, let me introduce a bit Jorge Moreira da Silva. Jorge Moreira da Silva is currently Director of the Development Cooperation Directorate at OECD. He also served as Portugal's Minister of Environment, Energy and Spatial Planning. Jorge was also Environmental Financial Advisor at the United Nations Development Programme, member of the Portuguese Parliament and of the European Parliament, and in the European Parliament, he was standing draftsman on climate change, and he authored the report on the political agreement on the EU Emissions Trading Directive. He has also taught in the past and is founder of the Platform for Sustainable Growth. Jorge, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gonçalo. It's a pleasure to be here with you, with Lucila, and with Tom. It's impossible to address this topic without being selective. So I'm selecting one perspective, but of course, it's not as holistic as this topic would require. So I will focus more on the climate-related energy consumption, knowing that there are other dimensions of energy consumption and sustainable energy consumption that could be covered. But knowing that climate is the most worrying crisis we are facing, in addition, of course, to the pandemic, and also knowing the relevance that the energy sector plays to the climate agenda, I thought that it would be helpful to focus on that dimension. But let me start by dispelling two myths, or two approaches that very often confuse the conversation. One is the idea that sustainable consumption is the same as green consumption. And we are no longer in that stage. Sustainable consumption must address all 17 goals, all 17 SDG goals, and not just the sustainable dimension that is related with the green or with the environment. It means that any sustainable consumption policy must ensure on energy or in any other dimension, must ensure that not just the environmental protection would be assured, but also the social and economic dimension. The second element that is important to, I think, outline in terms of myth that that should be dispelled is the idea that sustainable consumption on energy is more or less a conversation about energy efficiency. And that's not the case. We know that energy efficiency and the role of consumers changing behaviors, it's critical, but we also know that the production component is vital to ensure the sustainable energy consumption. So I think that the key topic or the key question is, what are the incentives to ensure a coherent production and consumption on the energy sector, knowing that the consumption alone cannot fix the problem. If we continue producing energy based on fossil fuels, if we continue having a supply chain that doesn't offer much options, much margin of maneuver for consumers to change their behavior. So I want to focus in this moralistic perspective of coherence between production and consumption, and empowering the citizen, the consumer, in a context that it plays a role not just as a consumer, but also as an elector, as a taxpayer, as a citizen. So in this context, we are under the circumstance of a crisis that requires an ambitious approach. There is no space for conformity. It's true that we have seen some quite positive outcomes recently on the climate discussions. Not just the Paris Agreement offers a pretty inclusive approach to tackle a global crisis as climate. It's much more inclusive than the Kyoto Protocol. This is positive. So we have an institutional arrangement that includes 200 countries to address a global crisis. Again, positive outcome. We have seen also quite relevant technology disruption, both on production and on consumption. The energy cost, the technology cost has dropped, not just on renewable energy, but also on energy storage, on mobility, and this is very relevant. We have also seen an increase on sustainable investment and sustainable finance. Today, we have more than $30 trillion of assets under management that are targeting sustainability, and this is something that clearly shows that this is no longer a public sector element. It's an opportunity that is being tackled by public and private sector. The financial sector is obviously looking for opportunities, and we have all observed the interesting discussions around the EU sustainable investment taxonomy, and also decisions taken, for example, by BlackRock, which is the most relevant asset manager, or at least the largest asset manager, deciding to stop supporting any harmful activities within their assets. We have also more clear indications on the economics of climate change, knowing that it can generate 4 times more jobs in renewable energy than today. It can boost a 5% increase in GDP by 2050. 380 million jobs can be created in the next decade around sustainability. So you can see clearly that this climate crisis has been addressed also with positive components on technology, on legislation, on financing, but also on citizens. There is a much higher awareness from citizens regarding this crisis. However, we are still facing 3 big constraints. One is the level of ambition that is not consistent what is needed. And obviously consumers will play a vital role in raising the bar, in ensuring that the ambition is higher and is consistent with the Paris Agreement. I often say that Paris doesn't fulfill Paris. So the Paris Agreement was built around an objective of limiting the increase of temperature to 1.5 degrees vis-a-vis the post-industrial context. However, if you aggregate all national determined contributions that countries presented in Paris, we will have an increase of the temperature of 3.2 degrees rather than 1.5 degrees. So clearly, we are facing an ambition gap. Second, even net zero approaches being supported by more than 130 countries, there is not sufficient ambitions for the next decade. So the net zero, the carbon neutrality that has been envisaged for 2050, it's great, but it's not consistent with the lack of action that we can observe for the next decades according to national policies. And finally, we don't have yet in place an approach that ensures that developing countries will be supported in this pathway. So developing countries are not only the ones mostly affected by climate change. 85% of the poorest in the world live in the top 21 most affected countries by climate change. But we also know that without ensuring that we support them, both on production and on consumption, in the next decades, with 2/3 of all investment needed worldwide to reach the 1.5 degrees, we will never reach the objective. So in this context, where do I think that the policy coherence to boost sustainable consumption on energy could be addressed both on production and on consumption? First, we need to raise the bar again, more ambition in terms of targets. We know, and we are today with several colleagues from the private sector, that the private sector, more than being worried or concerned about the level of ambition, they are concerned with the lack of predictability. It's my experience as a legislator. at the European Parliament when I drafted the EU cap and trade scheme, the most worries that I was getting from the private sector was not about the burden that was put, but not knowing what would happen. Because when the private sector knows clearly what's the ambition that will be addressed, they can prepare, they can boost innovation, they can organize both on consumption and production what is needed to foster this ambition. We also need to continue the work on regulation. Regulation has played a vital role. I'm sure that Tom and Lucila will mention that regulation has played a vital role on energy efficiency on buildings, energy efficiency on industry, labeling, setting technological requirements in terms of efficiency. So I would say this regulation has proven to be fundamental on energy, on energy, on industry, on buildings, but also on mobility. Second, we need to green the finance. I know that my time is ending. We need to green the financing, ensure that the 30 trillions available will be increased, and we take full benefit of the 379 trillions available in the financial market, when only 10% of that is going to sustainable dimension. So we still have 90% of the private finance, assets under management, venture capital, institutional investors that are not tackling the SDGs. So this is important. And finally, we need carbon pricing. Putting a price on things, one of the most relevant ways to foster change. I know this by experience. When I adopted in Portugal, when I presented that it was adopted in Portugal during my times as minister, the green taxation reform, taxing more what you burn and less what you earn, using the income, the profits from this green taxation, the carbon taxation, the plastic bags taxation, etc., to reduce the personal income taxation, and I hope in the future the corporate taxes. It creates the right incentives for those that produce to green their products and those that consume to make an option for the cleanest products. But the same with cap and trade schemes, emissions trading, knowing again that putting a price on things, being energy or cement or steel or paper, create the best incentive for citizens to follow what is sustainable. I know that very often this is not the most politically correct approach. I know that very often it's not the most popular. I know that we prefer to talk about financing sustainable consumption and sustainable production. I know that we put a lot of emphasis on regulation, but at the end of the day, putting a price on things, it's one of the most powerful ways to boost both production and consumption in a sustainable direction. Last minute, it's that let's not confuse energy with electricity. I'm quite confident that we will manage to have very soon, at the global level, 100% renewable energy on electricity. But we have a huge problem on mobility, on transportation. And it's where an array of options, including promotion of electricity mobility, public transportation, soft mobility, the use of ICTs and artificial intelligence and big data with energy will play a vital role. So let's address the energy consumption, not just on electricity, but also on industry and on the public, on the mobility sector. I'm sorry, I was planning to say a bit more, but my time is over, and maybe there is additional time during the Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, probably we will also have some time in the end, we hope. Thank you so much, Jorge, for your intervention and the important insights in the challenges that we have to tackle both in the production and consumption sides of energy, and perhaps, as you said, for touching in some points that are not always so easy for politicians to address, but that must indeed be addressed in the policy field making. And I will now turn to Lucila de Almeida, but first let me just remind all the participants that are following us that you may start to pose your questions in the Q&A feature in your Zoom window. And now Lucila, if I may, I will just first present you. Lucila de Almeida is an assistant professor in law and governance at the Wageningen University and Research. Lucila is also part-time assistant professor at the European University Institute and co-leader of the Global Observatory on Peer-to-Peer Trading and Community Self-Consumption, supported by the International Energy Agency. Lucila also held positions as a researcher with several universities across Europe, and she publishes mainly in the field of energy law and regulation, sustainability, contracts, and consumer law. Thank you so much, Lucila, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gonçalo. Thank you so much for sharing the session. Thank you, Jorge Moraes Carvalho, for organizing this wonderful event, and the Nova School of Law, of course, for hosting it. And above all, as a Portuguese like to say, the illustrissimo speakers dedicated to this topic of sustainable consumption. So if you allow me, I will share a very short presentation. Not long, I have basically 4 slides, but it's more visual, it make easier to visualize what I'm going to speak today. So I thank you so much, Jorge, for your presentation. Indeed, it was a great introduction to what I'm going to say now, and I will try to link it with some of you have what you have already said here. So the energy sector, indeed, it's an important sector to be discussed in this event as sustainable consumption, because you cannot deny that it remains the highest share of greenhouse gas emission still comes from the energy sector. So despite the efforts for decarbonization, 75% of the carbon emission remains directly and indirectly related to the energy sector. This we cannot deny. This is a fact. So the energy is the essential good to power our industry, to produce our goods, to fuel transportation, as Jorge just mentioned, is not only related about electricity, but it's also related to the food that you are using if you are driving your car or if you're using public transportation, and as well as the source of lighting your house. So throughout the last years, there has been several policies regarding the increasing of renewable energy production, like the production of wind powers you have in the North Sea, or solar panels with the decrease of price of installing solar panels. But policies of increasing production could be ineffective. They have been so far ineffective if the demand side does not respond the greening energy grid, the need of greening energy grid. So my presentation is going to be divided today aims to summarize the efforts of the EU to engage and empower consumers with the energy transitions. And to do so, let us to trace back to the evolution of the regulation of the energy sector since the first package. When you do so, we can find it a certain of 3 steps toward enacting legal framework for greening the energy consumer, which here I'm calling them green. That in the first package, lighting green, which is the third green package, and I would say that the highest green, the green, which is basically on the clean energy package. And what I wanted to present to you, it's basically this slide that would help me to introduce what I'm speaking. Okay. So the idea here is to say what I wanted to present to you when we speak about sustainable consumption in the energy sector. We are not speaking about consumer in general. We're speaking about, let's just focus not on consumption and users. We included industries, but let's focus only on consumers. Of course, consumers are a small part of this. Of the consequences of greenhouse gas emissions, the consumers as individual consumers, but nevertheless, the consumer has been engaged and has acted in a certain way that it throughout this evolution that I call as 3 steps, that move from a consumer that is not active, not responsive, to a consumer that is not only responsive to the greening energy, but as well as acting as a producer actor throughout legal frameworks that you has enabling them to being part of something that is called community. So what I'm going to tell you that these 4 steps, basically, we have to go back, we have to start this conversation for those, especially here, the audience is not energy consumers, but actually it's consumers, consumer lawyers in general. So let's try to speak about what it belongs, how we can describe these 3 steps. So the let's speak about the passive consumer, and let's go back to the first package, 1996, and the second package in 2003. Why is it important to get back? Because actually most of the discussions and most of the publications when it comes to the consumer law and energy sector, they still related to this language of speaking consumers, energy consumers in 2 ways. Either consumer as individual consumers as those who had the regulated price, consumers, or the ones who would be vulnerable consumers. And throughout these years, you have like a large debate because it was a process of liberalization and privatization of the energy sector. And the need of regulating consumer was most related to the need of protecting consumers to oligopolistic market. In other words, you needed regulated prices throughout, as soon as we had a gradual competitive market, these regulated prices started to be suffer pressure to move to more suggestive prices after some decisions, especially after the decision of the European Court of Justice, the Federality case. And these concerns as well, the questions of how to regulate it, how to protect vulnerable consumers, which at the first time, it was not defined as such, but afterwards you have a change in regulation which connected vulnerable consumers to poor consumers, the ones who lack financial capacity to pay the electricity bills, which by the way, in this time of COVID has returned to the debate. But actually so far, you are not speaking about consumers being greening or a concern about what is the source of the energy consumers. You speak consumers as householders and individual consumers. So we started from, since 2003, started a movement in way of asking to what extent consumers could be responsive. And responsive consumers, they can be as simple as switching suppliers. The idea of consumers responding to regulation, being market actors, responding to the changes, the first thing that comes to the mind, consumers can switch suppliers so they can deal with the traditional supplies of energy as big companies. So, but at this time, it was not necessarily a green element. A green element started to appear actually when suppliers started to offer contracts to consumers, green contracts to consumers, to ensure that electricity consumed by those consumers would be coming from renewable sources. Therefore, if consumers switched the suppliers and opted for green contracts, and then we started to have a responsive from consumers, and we started to have a new variety of the consumers in the market, that one that switched supply to get green supplied contracts. But this is still at the early stage of this process of greening energy consumer. And then you have the price variation consumer, the one that would have access to the smart grid, and through the smart grid, the variation of the price. And you might be asking, like, to what extent a consumer who can access to its energy price can be greening? And actually, for your surprise, it is very important you react to the price of your electricity, because the price of electricity tells you a lot about the congestion of the grid that could increase, but as well, if you depart from the assumption that green energy is cheaper, especially when you have like the sunlight, and you reacted to the price when this electricity is still cheap, it means that indirectly you are consuming electricity coming from the renewable sources. You are acting in a way that produces more energy, you being energy efficient in a certain way if you react to the price of electricity. But here, we still have another layer of responsive consumer, that is the flexibility consumer. So many people speak that consumers is still related consumer, energy consumer is the one who consume electricity as a good, but actually this is not anymore true, because the consumer as well, they can sell flexibility. What is flexibility? Is its capacity to storage electricity and sell it to the distribution grids that would use this capacity to balance the system. This is a good, this is solid, and there is increasing market of aggregators, trading electricity with consumers, engaging with consumers, asking consumers to install storage in their houses, and making them an active consumers in a way they could sell the flexibility to DSOs. It's another way, I would say, the last level. So if you have an electrical vehicle, if you move to electric vehicle, and you are using your electric vehicle, and charging your car, you become a flexible consumer because your car has been used as a battery, and your DSO is probably using the battery of your car to balancing the grid, and therefore it's one way as well to make it more effective, efficient, and towards greening this model. But then you're just speaking about consumers. So far you have not spoken about prosumers, which is a new phenomenon that has been started, especially in the early 2000s, when the price of the solar panels has decreased. So the first level of prosumer is the consumer who produces its own electricity. Is when you produce your own electricity and you consume your own electricity. You can be connected to the grid, you can be disconnected to the grid, but basically you don't share your electricity. This is the first stage when a consumer can become a prosumer. The second stage, and then you need a regulatory framework, the importance of you have a legal framework that allows not only you produce your own electricity and therefore producing your electricity without having charges of the network, it's you can sharing your electricity. So the clean energy package come exactly and bring these new modes of, this was the big innovation of the clean energy package, is to allow you started not only to produce your own electricity without being penalized by your supplier, but as well you share your electricity. There's different ways of sharing electricity. You can share electricity using your building among your neighbors. If you are living in the same building, you can share electricity in your neighborhood, which would be local self-consumption. And here you are in the sphere of collective self-consumption. And the clean energy package, again, was what brought this innovation. And at the last stage, I would say from the prosumers, like one of the last stages, you are not only produce your own electricity to share, but you can trade its electricity. And then it comes to innovation of technology. It's still at pilot projects, but there is a large group of engineers who truly believe possibility of trading electricity between consumers using platforms, and all the complexity when it comes to data would be concerned related to not only greening. And the last stage would be the prosumer, not only the prosumer that could produce and sell its own electricity, but a citizen consumer that could join communities, which is a new legal entity added by the clean energy package, in which you would be a community member and consume its electricity, its own electricity produced by its community, or become member of the community that produces its own electricity. So my time is ending, and basically I'm also concluding my presentation. But the idea is to say, like, when you wanted to speak about sustainable consumption in energy sector, is much more complex than actually, because you have much more different legal frameworks in which consumers would be engaging in become greening. And this complexity has to be discussed with its particularities. And this is the idea of, at least my presentation today, was to present these complexities, introduce this complexity to an audience that are not energy lawyers. So thank you for this opportunity, and looking forward for the debate.
Thank you, Lucila. And if I may say, you did it very, very well. Thank you so much for participation too. And I will now pass to Tom Hartmann. But again, let me just first introduce Tom. And Tom Hartmann is a student specialized in European law at the Radboud University of Nijmegen in the Netherlands. He's a current national researcher for the Netherlands at the International Legal Research Group on Law and Technology, and has organized several digital conferences, including with some European institutions. Tom was also president of the European Law Students Association in Nijmegen. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much to Jorge Moreira Carvalho and to my fellow panelists today for joining me. I'll be discussing the topic of the Dutch versus the EU on sustainable initiatives. This concerns a broad spectrum, of course, ranging to energy, CO2 emissions, food, So it's a very broad topic to be discussing today. And to start off with, in terms of consumer and producers, when it comes to sustainability initiatives, there are two types. There are producer-induced and there are consumer-induced. Producer-induced initiatives are something that in the Netherlands has been around since 2013, first with the Chicken of Tomorrow initiative. And the idea is that different producers in the production chain of goods and resources sign a pact in order to realize sustainability goals that are drafted down in a document or a charter, as they like to call it. In this case, the Chicken of Tomorrow addressed the sustainability of chicken and the food that they are given and the hours of light and the general animal welfare. I've written their failure as well in big red letters. I'll come back to that in a second as to why that initiative failed, but to put it into a perspective on a comparative initiative that citizens of the Netherlands will no doubt realize, and that's the Better Life label, or the Beter Leven Keurmerk, as it's known in Dutch. It's this little thing that you can see in the corner, left bottom corner. A 3-star system that has essentially the same goal: animal welfare, sustainability targets, use of energy resources, and reduction of emissions when producing poultry-related products. Now, the great difference in this is that with the Better Life label, this was a consumer-induced initiative, meaning, in this case, either an association or a foundation took over and created certain guidelines and controlling mechanisms, and producers could sign up to those controlling mechanisms and to those principles. The big difference is they are not cooperating amongst each other. They are merely cooperating with the foundation or the association in question. This is due to the fact that they have caused issues when it comes to the access to the markets, because producers can influence prices, they can create a boundary for competition laws, which in the EU are very closely regulated, and the Dutch regulations are mirrored after the EU regulations. And this is why the initiative of the Chicken of Tomorrow has failed, and the one of the Better Life label was a success. However, and this is the core subject of my presentation paper, the Dutch government still views these broader collaborations on both a producer and a consumer level to be very, very important. And it thinks that only in the way of a cooperation of all of these actors, you can achieve an innovation in sustainability and move forward. For that reason, it has introduced a proposal, Wetruimte Duurzaamheidsinitiatieven, translated into English, that's the proposal on the space of sustainable initiatives, meaning that it gives us the space to these initiatives to actually unfold and to see what influences their work has had on the market. And essentially, the minister in this proposal would be the deciding factor in granting legality to these initiatives, and therefore giving these initiatives the ability to apply to grants, to make their covenants more enforceable, and to have the ability to also be recognized in the legal field a lot better. This obviously receives a lot of criticism because the EU, with a history of a very economic based outlook and with very strong competition rules, think of Articles 101 further of the TFEU or the de minimis regulation, they sort of narrow in the possibility that these sustainability initiatives have in order to bring producers and consumers together without influencing the markets too much and thereby breaching competition laws. The EU was not very appreciative of this, as they have noted down in several commission letters to the Ministry of Economic Affairs in the Netherlands. They call for a rather harmonization of sustainability laws, so to create an EU-wide equal playing field in the initiatives that can be created. and also to keep the dialogue up, because when thinking of the principle of preemption that exists in the EU, a member state cannot draft legislation once the EU has drafted legislation, so a directive or a regulation on it, meaning that if this proposal were to be entered and the EU would later decide on creating different legislation, that would create legal uncertainty for these initiatives. And the question also then arises, well, if the Dutch government would like to sort of legalize and sanction these initiatives, and they then start exploring the opportunities, what guarantee is there that they do not eventually still breach the competition laws or the market access laws for those producers that are coming from outside the Netherlands, for example, and wish to join in the markets and cannot receive, for example, the aforementioned label that you saw on the previous slide, because they do not fulfill these criterion, or because the controllers that we have here in the Netherlands would not be able to come to, say, for example, Germany, where a similar production of poultry or energy or any kind of initiative would like to compete in the Dutch markets. And so the question at the end of the day is whether sustainability causes should outweigh the interests of fair competition and market access, because the Dutch approach to this is obviously a very cooperative one, and the EU approach is more of a competitive one. It believes that with competition comes innovation, therefore also comes sustainability innovation. That is very, very, very broadly taken, but also very, very true statement for a lot of cases when it comes to companies and the collaborations that they wish to do. And so this is what the parliament, the Dutch parliament, has decided on as well at the end of the day, and thereby has declared the proposal controversial as of February 2021. I'm unfortunately not sure as to what the next steps are, but controversial declaring does not bode well for the proposal or for the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And it is to see whether the EU will actually create legislation on this, or whether the proposal from the Dutch government will pass at the end of the day. And I'd be very interested to hear from my fellow panelists and from the audience as well, what their ideas are. Should we cooperate in the sense of sustainability initiatives? Should we keep it a competitive scheme? Is it more or less in the interest of us all to be in this sustainable environment where these initiatives can freely act and contribute? Or is it more that the individualistic approach is the one that prevails currently and should prevail in the future? I think I'm within my time. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Actually, you had still some minutes to.
Oh, look at that. Thank you.
It's perfect. In this case, we actually have more time to discuss all these very interesting issues. We have some questions, and first one targeted to Jorge Moreira da Silva, and there is a very specific and maybe interesting point in this question, which is on the one hand,
how can I stop my presentation?
Oh, Tom, yeah, I think you can in the feature of sharing screen, you can stop it.
This? Does this work?
Yes. Yeah, it's perfect.
There we go. Excellent. Sorry.
No, I was saying we have a question to Jorge. And in this question, there is a very interesting point, which is on the one hand, we need technologies to promote more sustainable energy solutions. But on the other hand, there is the problem of the CO2 emissions that the technologies themselves might create. Jorge, do you want to address this issue?
It's a very, very interesting question, because the idea of the silver bullet will not work. We know that in one hand, digitalization and artificial intelligence can reduce energy consumption. Just the fact that we are doing this by Zoom, and that I can have, without traveling today, meetings and doing presentations in 7 countries around the world, it's just a way to prove that obviously the digitalization, the new ways of working based on technology reduces emissions. At the same time, we know that digitalization also puts some pressure on the consumption from servers. And it's quite interesting to see that some big companies, for example, Google, has applied artificial intelligence to reduce by 40%. It's a case study, so reduce it by 40% the energy consumption on servers, especially related with cooling the big servers, applying artificial intelligence. So the artificial intelligence itself can be a way to reduce the energy consumption related with digitalization. But let me relate this also with the first part of the question that was tabled by this colleague on what do I mean going beyond electricity related with energy consumption. I think that very often we confuse the two concepts, energy and electricity. And most citizens are surprised when we tell them that electricity represents only 25% of the final energy consumption. And I'm really optimistic about greening the electricity production and consumption for two reasons, and both Lucila and Tom addressed it. We have a revolution, a technological revolution happening on energy supply, with renewable energy today representing a cheapest option in more than 70% of the countries, comparing to the cheapest fossil fuel. So clearly, it's not just in Europe. It will be possible in the near future to have 100% renewable energy in electricity. We also have seen something positive on production, the prosumer component that Lucila alluded to. It's obviously related with the technological revolution with storage, energy storage, photovoltaic production of electricity through photovoltaic panels, but also the possibility to store that energy at home without wasting the energy that we don't use when we are not at home during the day. And obviously the energy storage creates this option from going to a consumer to a prosumer. But the problem is what's happening beyond electricity. And it's where I think that we have to focus on the mobility and on transformation and on transportation, where most of the fossil fuels are being used. So most of the fossil fuels now are not being used on electricity production. It's on the transportation sector. And I will end in 30 seconds, Gonçalo, with one figure that will shock, I'm sure, some of our friends that are here today. The OECD produced a research trying to understand how many cars would you need in Lisbon for the use of that commodity for your transportation needs. And applying artificial intelligence and integrating ICT with transportation, you would conclude that you only need 3%. So with just 3% of the existing vehicles in Lisbon, you would fulfill your mobility needs. How? Going away from the idea that the car is something that is a commodity for each of us, and translating this commodity into a source or a commodity that is applied in a sharing component in a collaborative economy. So again, ICT and artificial intelligence can really play a fundamental role. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. It is indeed not only interesting, but also necessary to reflect seriously on those figures. We have a question to Professor Lucila, and this participant asks, we are all consumers and everyone will agree that consumer behavior will certainly change a large percentage of the global environmental problem. However, shouldn't the legislative policy start by focusing on the large industries, or we are already at a stage where we need to act quickly in all areas in terms of energy? Professor Lucila?
Thank you, Gonçalo. It's indeed an interesting question. It's a question that it's always return when you were discussing about how to address the issue of greening consumers or the role of large industry, but it's absolutely correct. If you look at it, what is the share of consumers as individual households in the consumption of electricity or in the consumption of gas, very low. So thinking about electricity, for instance, there are policies in which trying to address it, consumers, industries, strongly one to greening the industry by imposing mandatory greening sharing in the consumption of electricity and increasing the cost of consuming electricity that is coming from produced by fuel or gas produced by, or the use of gas or use of any source of energy that is not considered renewable by the Renewable Energy Directive. But when it comes to the consumer, why you needed consumers, not only because you needed the reaction of consumers as well to greening the electricity, the energy consuming. Now you were speaking about electricity, we have more advanced, but you also have gas. You have gas contracts coming from renewable gas, and this is an issue. The heating is something that is going to be addressed in Renewable Energy Directive, which is in reform right now. Heating and cooling is the top topic that is being discussed in the impact assessment of Renewable Energy Directive. And why you needed consumers as well. When you speak about electricity, especially, it's because consumers has been perceived as a way to decentralize the production of electricity. It can be, we still like far away from having this possibility of seeing our electricity most coming from decentralized generation. It's not the case at the moment, but if you have like financial incentives, if you have a serious policy to drive into the direction in which consumers would really active and have the economic interest to install solar panels in their houses, you might go to a direction in which if every single consumer would have its solar panel and it would be free, not have a regulatory barriers or have economic incentives to trade its electricity to artificial intelligence, as Jorge put it absolutely correctly. Maybe you are moving away in which the electricity would drop the price in a way that would be much more affordable. So you have like a systematic understanding of regulation becoming green and becoming cheaper, and consumers being acting not as consuming green energy, but as well producing. So it's very important, this flip of the consumer as a consumer only to prosumers. And this requires a very complex legal framework involving economic incentives, but as well liability, the control of liability risk of consumers, ensure there are not going to be the benefits of this transformation become for consumers, is relying on consumers and not being exploited by big actors in the sector.
Thank you very much, Lucila. And now I have a very specific question for Tom, and then maybe I'll open with more open questions to all the participants. And this question is, Tom, could you elaborate a bit more on the difficulties in applying Article 101.3 of the Treaty of the Function of the EU to exempt the practice you described?
Of course. So this was actually one of the key issues that appeared in the Chicken for Tomorrow initiative as well, was the lack of application of 101.3 by means of bringing a actual and factual positive change towards the end consumer, because the article that you described provides for an exemption on the basis that there is improvement in production and improvement in an economical aspect, and I think a few others. I'm quite unsure of that, so I might need to look that up again. But sustainability is not one of the exceptions that is specifically mentioned in the article, unfortunately. And thereby it is always very, very difficult to classify sustainability as something that at the end of the day brings a consumer a true and real economical value. If anything, when a sustainability initiative is first introduced, it has a tendency to raise prices. So in the case of the Chicken for Tomorrow, a lot of the increase in prices that would be used for more sustainable energy sources, more sustainable food sources, would be put on the end consumer by increasing the price of the same kilogram of chicken that you would from normally factory processed chicken, as an example. So therefore, it's very, very difficult to have such a long-term goal and to explain it sort of with a short-term reasoning that would suffice the requirements of 101.3 TFEU.
Thank you, Tom. And because we still have some time, I think we can at least pick two more questions. And the first one, which is actually related with different presentations. How can we combine the goals of digitalization and energy sustainability, knowing that computers and artificial intelligence are Arlington's energy consumers. And I don't know if any of you actually wants to pick this question first. Yeah, Lucila.
Jorge? No, I would invite it actually Jorge, because he just spoke about the Google example. I would think it fits very well to the question.
Yes, I think that the Google example, it's a good example on cooling the servers using artificial intelligence. But I also think that the Internet of Things, so the fact that you have more devices monitoring the way we move in the city, for example, can also reduce the energy consumption that is related with mobility. So I'm not excluding that digitalization requires energy, but by far the digitalization compensates, even if it consumes some energy, it compensates the reduce of energy from the existing system. So I think that it's something that we cannot exclude. Of course, the impact of digitalization on energy consumption, but at the same time, it's really cost effective, and we can see that in several points. If I can just one word on something that Lucila mentioned, that I think it's really important. The fact that we're empowering consumers is really a game changer for production as well. So the idea that prosumers will have more chances to make their own choices really affects the production, because suddenly we have an issue regarding who is paying the network. So imagine a scenario that because the technology is moving so quickly and we can all become prosumers tomorrow, using photovoltaic to produce our electricity and using that electricity being stored in a battery at home, we can disconnect from the grid. And therefore, there is a big problem, which is who is paying the grid, because the grid is part of the electricity that we are paying at home. So when we get the bill, part of the bill is related with the transmission sector network. I'm saying this because obviously this requires regulation, and this requires an approach that is not just on consumption, but also on production. So that's why I'm going back to my initial statement, that is very often these discussions are taking place in silos, where you have some experts talking about energy efficiency, and in different rooms, experts talking about energy production and transportation. And I think that an holistic approach is required to make sure that one day you don't get the consumers getting a bill, even if they disconnect from the grid, that they will be asked to continue supporting the grid. But at some time, someone will have to pay the grid. That was produced in a time where the technology was not as ambitious as it is now. So just to say that we have some dilemmas. There are some dilemmas that the technology is moving faster than regulation. And this is a quite exciting topic, but also worrying. So we need, as taxpayers, to be assured that we will be protected as consumers in situations like this. So it's an important discussion, I would say. It's another conference for sure.
I don't know if anyone wants to add something on this question. Otherwise, and also because we are running out of time, but I don't want to disappoint our participants, I will just make a last question, which comes from Joasia. And basically the question relates to where should we put the burden to green our energy practices, our energy consumptions in consumers, or maybe shift and ask more, demand more from businesses and from the regulators. And with this question, we will then end our panel.
If you allow me, Gonçalo, I can answer very quickly the question of Joisa. Thank you, Joisa. It's an excellent question. Actually, it's is something that we constantly speaking about. There is, as I said, two ways of thinking about this sustainable consumption. The consumer who would switch to green contracts, and of course greening contracts is indeed expensive, you are right. But then you have the debate that I like to discuss, in which is when the consumers started to enter and become active market actors through flexibility contracts or through producing its own electricity. And I think the discussion here, its difference is to say, like, which kind of regulation you needed to create it to ensure that consumers would gain the benefits of it. Because in true, what you have it so far in flexibility contracts, which is very new, and we have basically one single report in the BELC on flexibility contracts, is that consumers has been exploited, highly exploited on this. So they have been they have contracting with aggregators, installed batteries in their houses. These markets are highly oligopolistic. They are only one aggregators, and the consumers has no knowledge about what is flexibility, and they are not getting benefits of it, basically. So as a consumer lawyers, you have to think it a way of seeing this as an opportunity of consumers to get benefits and become prosumers, and how the consumer law would protect these consumers of at the same time becoming greening and get the benefits of it. So it's a switching off way of the research need to move ahead in way of thinking of protecting consumers in this new scenario.
I think if I may add to that, that in terms of the producer side, they are often the ones that are the very heavily regulated one, if anything were to create it in terms of regulation. And you see that when these innovation initiatives appear, they are usually from consumer demand, and it is once the regulators see that the mentality or the culture shifts towards a more green approach or a more sustainable approach, it is then that you can see that the producers basically react and respond to what the consumers are asking for, and therefore the entire shift sort of takes place. So I would say it is in financial sense, it is the producers that should pay attention to it, but it is the consumers that should take the initiative to create the changes that they desire at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Lucila and Tom. Actually, thank you, Jorge, thank you, Lucila, and thank you, Tom. We finished our panel this way. It was a fantastic panel and an amazing opportunity to meet you all. And the Consumer Conference will now go to a very short break of 4 minutes, and then we'll come back with the future of private law is green. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 7th panel and last panel, but by no means least panel of our conference. The future of private law is green. We wanted to conclude with this forward-looking idea, and we will be guided into this traveling in the future by Antonio D'Avola, Francesca Gennari, Jagna Musha, and Yannick Vanderberg. And I want to be very minimalistic in my chairing activity. So will be following a strict first name alphabetical order. So Antonio, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Fabrizio. Just sharing my presentation. Hopefully everything works okay. You should be able to see that. Am I correct? Okay, wonderful. And just setting my alarm so that I don't take time away from other participants, and I'm going to be strict on that. So thank you so much for having me, first and foremost. The research I want to present actually to you today is a research that we are conducting together with the Luís Guido Carli University in Rome, and it's research about communication and disclosure regarding sustainable financial products for retail investors and consumers. So before getting actually into the details of the research that I want to underline that it actually situates within the recent framework that has been sketched up by the European Commission with its action plan for sustainable finance. Since in the last years, actually, the integration of sustainability risks, and by sustainability, I mean both environmental and social sustainability elements in investment protection regime has emerged as a primary goal of the European strategy. And this is why one of the declared goals of the action plan is actually to prevent and avoid greenwashing, which is, as we have discussed also this morning, the risk of financial companies actually exaggerating or even taking environmental credentials to promote their products as sustainable when they actually are not. And the idea, in order to contrast greenwashing, was actually to reduce information asymmetry between financial markets participants and investors and consumers. Now, as we will see, this led to a pretty heterogeneous and multi-faced framework in normative terms, which is still in development. And the major goal of the research is to investigate whether the current provisional regime that is being applied and the expected final one is actually able to tackle greenwashing, or it might paradoxically end up favoring misleading practices related to the greenwashing in the very end, and eventually advocate for some policy solutions as long as the regulation is still in development. Now, today, during these 2 days, we have seen that sustainability has arisen as a central driver for market development, and financial markets are by no means different from that. And of course, together with an increasing attention towards sustainability in financial market comes the risk of greenwashing conducts. And in particular, greenwashing of financial products and services grew significantly in consideration of the increasing effort that has been made by policymakers in recent years to rely on financial markets as a tool to promote sustainable development. In recent years, we have seen an increasing demand for socially responsible investment, which is displayed in a graph that actually underlines how we have had a significant increase of funds that are rebranded as ESG funds, so funds that have environmental, social, and governance attention to sustainability. And of course, this means that incorporating social and ecological factors into evaluation indication for financial performance has become a preferred solution. And at the same time, it is undoubted that there is a growing investors and shareholders interest for solution based on corporate social responsibility. And there is a feeling, even if the reason behind that are disputed among scholars, that actually embracing sustainability-oriented initiatives has actually a positive effect on the financial performance of a company. Now, as I was saying, together with the crucial attention to sustainability in financial market comes the risk of greenwashing, which is, of course, an horizontal problem over the whole framework of consumption, as it is shown by the recent actually screening conducted by the European Commission on websites sustainability claims, but which actually has specific problematic characteristics in the financial market. This is because financial greenwashing, of course, misallocates capital and therefore hinders the transformative process that should characterize the transition towards sustainable markets. In addition, greenwashing in financial markets increases, of course, investors' confusion about corporate social responsibility, and in the long run is also likely to affect investors' attitude towards investment more in general, and increasing skepticism over environmental commitment. And this is particularly significant in financial markets where trust actually plays a pivotal role in the correct functioning of the market. Now, in order to hold up the promise that actually sustainable finance subtend the idea of fostering responsible development, in the last 2 years, we have had significant modification in the European framework regarding sustainability in financial markets. And in particular, in the last 2 years, we have had the sketching of a two-level system for regulating sustainable finance disclosure to consumers. And this two-level is encompassed by the two regulation that has been that entered into force actually between the end of 2019 and the first half of 2020, which are the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation and the Taxonomy Regulation, which actually, as I said, sketch up the main regime for disclosure regarding financial products. And then we expect a level 2 regulation to supplement the principle-based level 1 regulation, which is built over two main implementing documents, which are regulatory technical standards, RTS, and technical screening criteria. Regulatory technical standards are supposed actually to introduce a proper template for disclosure regarding sustainability of financial products, whereas the technical screening criteria are supposed to introduce quantitative and qualitative thresholds in order to qualify a financial product as green or not green on the basis of the principles set by the taxonomy regulation. Now, the problem that we are facing right now is that actually due to the COVID-19 outburst for the main part, the implementation, as you can see from the timeline, the implementation of the level 2 regulation has been delayed, and we are leaving since the SFDR entered into application, which was actually March 2020, when we are expecting such a temporal gap between the entrance into force of the principle-based level 1 regulation and the implementing one, which is expected to be at its earliest in early 2022. Now, nevertheless, as I said, the principle-based regulation is in place and it's in force since March 2021. And what happens is that the main tool that has been embraced by European institutions in regulating communication towards investors regarding sustainability in financial products is, by no surprise at all, disclosure and information duties. And in particular, the SFDR schedules a 3 venues framework. So the communication regarding the sustainability characteristics of financial products shall be made on pre-contractual level, on entities' website, and by means of periodical reports. So we have 3 different venues for disclosures, and it should be observed that information provided in these 3 venues is actually different. It's concomitant, because the idea, and we will discuss that in a moment, behind that was that having different communications in different venues would actually reduce the cognitive and information overload that investors might expect if they had to have all the information in only one venue. So, as I said, we have these 3 levels of disclosure, and the specific content of the disclosure is defined in the regulatory technical standard, which unfortunately is not in place yet. We only have a final draft that has been issued in February 2021, and which can still, though, be a basis for analysis. Now, what we are observing actually in our research on the basis of this framework is that this approach that the European institutions are following, and which is strongly based on disclosure duties, is disputable, since in the uncertainty characterizing this framework, actually financial market participants might end up being facilitated in opportunistically exploiting the principle set by the Sustainable Financial Disclosure Regulation, and might be apparently compliant with the regulation while at the same time engaging in greenwashing strategy. So we have run some sort of a fitness check on this new regulation, and we have observed 2 main sets of problems. And some shortcomings and critical aspects actually are due to this intertemporal gap existing between level 1 and level 2 regulation, which we name intertemporal drawbacks, while on the other hand, some problems are actually more pertaining to the overall development that is designed by the regulators, and we can call them structural drawbacks. Now, I just want to focus on a couple of them in order to give you a flavor of what the problem actually could be. So as for intertemporal drawbacks, which are, as we said, related to the existence of the only principle-based network, the problem is that without a specification of the methodology for the assessment of environmental and social sustainability, and considering that the discussion on how to enhance the reliability of ESG factor is still at its infancy, the absence of a clear-cut definition of indexes can actually reduce increase the likelihood of confusion for end investors, because market operators might rely on different methodologies to assess that their financial products are actually green, without investors, especially when they are retail, so not very sophisticated, being able to evaluate the foundation of these claims. Also, as long as we don't have an implementing regulation, we have a problem of over-reliance of unsettled standards, because we have provisional draft, which pushes towards some sort of indication, which are by no means, though, we might still endorse significant changes before their actually enactment. So there is a concrete risk that uncertain standards are actually used by market participants and referred by producers of financial products. Secondly, as far as structural drawbacks are considered, one essential problem is related to this multi-track system. So the idea of having different venues from communication, which is likely to create information dispersion, which is a major problem when, as empirical studies on greenwashing have already underlined. And then we have a problem of informational complexity, which is supported by studies that have been conducted actually on the regulatory technical standard. And as we can see, actually both textual disclosure and let's say information design based disclosure, so based actually on icons, are currently difficult to understand for retail investors. They have a low percentage actually of understanding on the side of investors. So what are the first considerations and key critical getaways that we are getting from this fitness check? Now, the first aspect that we want to underline, and the European supervisory authorities did that as well, is that the current framework envisioned by the European institutions is on the one hand too complex for retail investors to understand, but at the same time is too low level and too simple for institutional investors. So actually having a one-fits-all approach led to the creation of this idea of a fictional investor, which is neither good for sophisticated investor and not for retail one, which is a major problem that of course consumer scholars are pretty aware of, because that was something that has been discussed also with the average consumer benchmark in the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, and we have spoken about that in the morning. And so actually what we observe right now is that this informational complexity and this use of a one-fits-all approach with different venues of communication actually entails the risk on one hand of facilitating greenwashing rather than tackling that, and on the other hand, the risk of increasing actually confusion in a market in which trust is actually fundamental. And what we are developing is actually an idea of a multi-layered disclosure regime, in which actually communication and disclosure is differentiated on the basis of the specific literacy of different levels of investors. And what we argue in favor, secondarily, is the need to converge toward a unitary syntax index, which is absolutely necessary in order for disclosure of regarding financial products to properly work. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Antonio. So Francesca has already turned on her camera. So thank you, Francesca. Now it is your turn.
Yes, thank you so much, Antonio, for your presentation, also Fabrizio for giving me the word. I hope that you can see my screen now. Before starting, let me just congratulate all the people that are involved in the organization of this conference, because I've been really learning quite a lot during these 2 days. And I'm really happy to be here and to present a theme that is partly connected to my PhD research thesis, and I like to call it the rise of the green smart house. But before delving into the core of the presentation, I will just give you a brief outline of how I will proceed. First thing first, I will start from where it all began, meaning my research question, and then I will detail you briefly the state of the art, and I will divide it in 3 parts. The first one will be mainly focused on technology. The second one will be very brief, and I will just outline some policy insights. And finally, there will be the part in which I will be concentrating the most, meaning the legal issues connected to the connected house. And finally, I will try to sum up and give some preliminary insights or solutions. So I've always wondered, like, how to reconcile my interest, my personal interest in environmental sustainability with my theme of research, which is mainly dealing with interconnected objects in the domestic environment. And in the end, I decided to say yes to this tentative question, meaning it is possible to balance innovation, but also sustainability. And I intend it in a quite large sense, meaning encompassing the empowerment of consumer lifestyle and especially enforcement of their rights. But in order to do that, I had to exclude some subjects for this presentation, not because they are not interesting, you can see them listed in this slide, but for time concerns, and also because I think that in this forum, particularly issues concerning consumer law and data protection in the smart house can be of more interest for everyone. So starting with the state of the art, I hope that you are acquainted with the Internet of Things IoT paradigm. If you're not, don't worry, there is not a definite solution to it or the clear definition. So I think it is better to explain it with the example of the connected or smart house. The smart house is a complex interconnected environment which relies on embedded smart objects, meaning objects that contain software within them, and they are able to receive inputs from the user, but they can also communicate among each other, generally through infrared technology. Then all the data gathered are sent through a gateway into the cloud or proprietary network, where most of the processing of the data happens. And then if a reply is needed, it is sent back following the same route, but of course in the opposite direction. This model has been criticized for being too centralized, because what really matters happens very far from the user, but also from an environmental point of view. It is not sustainable because the traffic has been augmented considerably over the last years, and also the materials to create the infrastructures are finite, and they can become scarce very soon. So I think that from a policy point of view, there are good news because the interconnected house can be updated and become more environmentally sustainable in order to meet some, at least, of the sustainable development goals. And the newly passed European climate law will be of absolute importance, I think, in order to interpret the initiatives, both of the new consumer agenda and the ones concerning the digital strategy of the EU. But why the interconnected house as a basis is not a reality yet? Well, there are several reasons. The first one is very simple, and it's a technological shortcoming. there is a lack at the moment of shared frameworks and standards for the domestic IoT objects to communicate effectively. And then there are trust issues, especially from EU users because of very famous data breaches, because these objects use quite a lot of our data, personal and non-personal. And also there are legal uncertainties, because these objects clearly have a consumer function, but as I already said, they deal with data, and mostly personal data are very essential to their good performance. And sometimes the divide between data protection and consumer law is not as clear as it used to be. So I decided to outline just two problematic issues that have no ready solutions yet. The first one concerns the Digital Content and Services Directive. We all know that it will be finally implemented from the start of July of this year. It is an harmonization measure which does not give a clear-cut definition of this kind of contract. It's devolved to the member states to decide how to structure it. But it is important because for the first time in the EU law, even if in an informal way, data is considered as a counter-performance. My question is, can it be applied to the IoT of the house? Certainly, quite a lot of IoT in the house provide content, but most of them, I think, provide services. If we if we exclude the services mentioned in the exceptions at Article 3.5, the definition of service at Article 2.2b is quite general, and because it deals with any other interaction with data in digital form when it refers to a service. But we have to take also this other consideration in mind. Generally, for IoT to perform better, they need our personal data. Think, for instance, of a surveillance system, which needs our, for instance, face image or fingerprint, and or, for instance, when you speak to your integrated smart assistant, you don't just give them your personal data. You help the object to function properly, and you have already paid the price to acquire that object. But if you read actually Article 3.1 of the directive, when the personal data is just given to perform the service or to supply the content, this directive does not apply. So this is a problematic thing for me. And also, I think that another point that needs to be taken into consideration is that I believe the next generation of IoT objects for the house will be much more based on the interaction with the user. And especially with interactive IoTs, it will be possible actually for the consumer data subject to become, being unaware of that, joint according to Article 26 of the GDPR, of personal data. For instance, the user modifies an image of a person, of a passerby, and uploads it and modifies through an IoT. And I say that because even though in the GDPR there is an household exemption, and so this kind of activity should be exempted from the application of the GDPR, actually the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice has been going in the sense of eroding the application of this exception. And this leads us to another very important issue, which is the one of liability. Liability for the already cited content is a problem of the member states because it is demanded entirely to their contractual law to deal with it. But this doesn't change the fact that IoT can create other kinds of damages. They can be strict liability damages, and in this case, we are in a phase where both the academic community and the EU are starting to rethink how to update this more than 30 years old directive to these, for instance, kind of objects. And the issues that will need to be dealt with will be essentially one, if there is a need of a monetary threshold for application of this new directive, and whether to extend its application to this kind of objects, for instance, IoT for the house. To conclude with this part, I wanted just to say that IoT objects can also create immaterial damages, maybe connected to the processing of the data. And in these days, there was the Bundesgerichtshof, which referred the question of a merit court concerning the material damage of Article 82 GDPR, suggesting that the Court of Merit should address this question to the CGU. So where are we nowadays? We are in a delicate phase because the Digital Content Directive is being transposed. The Product Liability Directive is being updated or revised. What can we do in order for the Green Smart House to come alive without many delays? We can use as a transversal norm the Article 25 of the GDPR about privacy by design and by default, and coupling it with the concept of fairness, which is typical of consumer law, and also of this green by design and by default that we have heard about today. And from a technological point of view, it is necessary to make the IoT paradigm less centralized, by, for instance, increasing the computational side at the edges through edge computing, or by using DLT technologies. And one promising thing is that in the engineering world, there is the construction of this new paradigm called the Green IoT, which focuses on new materials which are less polluting and more environmentally friendly in order to create an IoT environment. So hopefully we will see the smart house hopefully quite soon. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Francesca. This was very interesting, and you masterfully respected the time limits. So, Janja, now we are ready to listen and see your presentation.
Good evening to everyone. Again, I would like to share my screen. Just give me a second, please. Okay, so the topic of my presentation today is the influence of consumer redress on the sustainability. And I thought that it would be interesting to illustrate this phenomenon by the example of Dieselgate class action, which is the class action brought against the German car manufacturer Volkswagen. I think probably all of you are familiar with the case, but just to be clear, I would remind you some facts about it. But by the way of introduction, I would like to clarify that speaking about the class action, I mean a very general definition according to which it is a legal action brought on behalf of the class or of the group. But for the purpose of the clarity of the third discussion, it's worth mentioning that in the literature of the subject, there are at least 4 forms of class action recognized, which are the representative actions, the group actions, a model case or test case, and so-called US class action style. And by referring to the class action against Volkswagen today, I would refer to all of these forms which occur in various jurisdictions. And just to mention, the representative action is the action which is currently chosen as a collective redress mechanism in the EU. This is the action in which the standing to bring it is on behalf of the representative entity, while in a group action, the legal standing is granted to a member of the group. In the model or test case, the action is initiated by one or more persons, and the judgment which is adopted establishes the grounds for other cases brought against the same defendant, in this case against the Volkswagen. The US class action style is a form of a group action led by professional lawyers who receive fees for these services and claim compensation for the clients. And to be more specific, it needs to be mentioned that currently in the EU law, the term collective redress is used in opposition to the US-style class action system, which is widely criticized in the EU, particularly by the Commission, who argues that the US class action system fosters a conflict of interest, which result in a frivolous and abusive litigation. According to the Commission, the US class action system is a result of a toxic cocktail, which is a combination of the punitive damages, contingency fees, opt-out model, pretrial discovery procedures, and so on. And for this reason, it should be avoided in the European Union. And therefore, the Commission designed a separate EU model of collective redress, very different from the one which is in the United States, namely the system based on representative actions. And the latest example of this mechanism can be observed in the Directive on Representative Actions issued in November 2020. And now, getting to the heart of the presentation, I would like to give you some remarks about the background of the so-called Dieselgate scandal worldwide. So in 2015, the Volkswagen was found to mislead the authorities and consumers by installing a software in the diesel cars, which enabled to cheat emission tests. The engines exceeded in the United States and the European pollution norms even up to 40 times. As a result of the various investigation, it occurred that 11 million cars worldwide, including 8 million in Europe, were equipped with such a defeat device. And of course, in view of the above data, the several group actions against the car manufacturer were initiated all over the world. And now I would like to present you some examples of this class action, which will, I believe, which help to demonstrate that the consumer law, and more specifically consumer law enforcement, can bring a constructive argument in the fight against corporations polluting the environment. So the example of the US is the example of the success story, because the car owners in the United States obtained a 10 billion American dollars compensation. It was granted for 500,000 owners of the cars polluting environment. And which is what is interesting, the compensation was granted not only to the consumers but also to all other car owners. As a result of the settlement, the Volkswagen agreed to pay back or to repair polluting diesel vehicles after it admitted that the Volkswagen used the secret software to cheat the emission tests. The Federal Trade Commission said that more than 86% of consumers completing claims chose to return the cars and not to get a repair. Interestingly, apart from the payback, the car owners received a compensation amounting between 5,000 and even 10,000 of compensation, in addition to the estimated value of the vehicle. Another success story would be the German one. As a result of the action brought by the Federation of German Consumer Organizations, the consumers in Germany also received a compensation from the Volkswagen. In this case, the proceeding have a form of the model case, so Musterfeststellungsklage. And at the request of the German court, the Volkswagen entered into negotiation and agreed to settle the class action and pay 830 million euro compensation. It is estimated that around 260,000 members of class action will be eligible to get a compensation, and each of them will receive between 1,350 to 6,257 euros compensation, depending on the age and the model of the car. And going back to another example, which is not so successful, this is the example of Poland. In 2017 and 2018, the Polish courts rejected the jurisdiction over the case brought against Volkswagen, since the Polish court argues that the case shall be brought in Germany and not in Poland, since it was brought against the German car manufacturer. And in 2020, European Court of Justice held that the legal actions against Volkswagen can be brought also in the member states in which the cars were purchased. So in view of this judgment, it might be possible to sue the Volkswagen in Poland. However, as for now, there is no such a decision issued by the highest court of Poland. It's not decided yet whether the case will be resumed. So as for now, in Poland, there is no happy ending. And of course, there were also several class actions brought in different jurisdictions. Another good example is the class action brought in the Netherlands, in line with the new Dutch law WAMCA. The Dutch foundation currently represents 10,000 of group members across Europe, so not only from the Netherlands, but also from other countries. And currently the foundation wants to prove the damage. It claims for the annulment, termination and cancellation of purchase agreements, provision of the new vehicle that is similar to the affected, and the damages. The case is still pending. It is quite fresh, so we will see what will happen in the Netherlands. The similar case is also pending in the England and Wales, where in March 2018, the High Court of London issued so-called GLO, so Group Litigation Order. The case was brought under the Consumer Protection Act, so only consumers are entitled to join. Currently, more than 100,000 consumers are registered from the UK. However, it is estimated that 1.2 million affected cars are owned in the United Kingdom. So this number can rise. As I said, the case is still pending. However, in April 2020, the court found in favor of consumers that the decision of German authorities stating that affected vehicles contain a defeat device is binding for the English courts. So this decision, of course, speaks for the consumers, but as I said, the case is still pending. And going back to conclusions, I would like to refer again to the topic of my presentation, which is the influence of consumer redress on the sustainability, because today we are thinking and discussing a lot about how to motivate the consumer for the greener choices. And I believe that a good start would be to respect the greener choices which have already made. I mean, all the consumers which decided to buy the Volkswagen cars wanted to buy a green car, and in the end, when it turned that the cars are equipped with this defeat device and they are not green, most of them is still not able to enforce the right to this green car. So so I think it would be a good start to look more at the law enforcement than and to the remedies which are available to consumers, because I believe it would be when the consumers will be ensured that their right will be respected, they will go for this greener consumer choices more often. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janja. And Yannick is ready to take the floor. Thank you. Janja.
So everything works. You can see my screen, right? All right, then I'll just start. I'll try to be as to leave some room for questions and discussion as well. So I'll be as quick as I can. But so today I wanted to talk to you about so obviously the paper that I've written for the conference, which is on practice theory and how we might use practice approaches to consumer law and sustainability to actually inform ourselves better better to inform ourselves of how to deal with certain types of very heavy types of consumption. So to start off, let me give you a quick introduction of what I want to be talking about and what the roadmap is. I'll start by saying a little bit about why flying is interesting from the perspective of climate change, and also what already is sort of being done on the field, is at least the proposals by the Commission. Second, I want to say a little bit about practice theory and how it differs from how we usually look at consumption from, for instance, choice and behavior models. What are frequent flyer programs? Just a reminder, a lot of you might already know what they are, but and also why are they interesting? Then I want to say a little bit about the exploratory, so the analysis that I've been doing, the practice analysis was exploratory, and I want to share my most interesting findings with you, some salient details. And then finally, before I conclude, I also want to try to relate these insights back to the law, private law in general, but perhaps also law in general. So continuing, flying and climate change. Now, flying itself is not per se the most damaging element in climate change right now, mainly because there's not that many people flying yet, again, and because the aviation industry is still growing at a massive rate. Now, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has delayed that growth, but it does look like we will be back to where we were before the COVID pandemic soon, as is also very apparent from, for instance, the €4 billion injection by the French government in Air France KLM, and this is happening all over the world when it comes to the airlines and trying to get back to that level. So obviously the EU already has some ideas on how to remedy this. In the EU Green Deal, they have decided, or in the EU Green Deal, they said they would have a sustainable and smart mobility strategy. That has also come. I think the last one, or it was last updated somewhere in June last year, where they discussed technological innovation, choice alternatives, and behavioral interventions as the main ways to achieve sustainable mobility, and hence also sustainable flying. Now, there are, apart from choice alternatives and behavioral interventions, which I will talk about a lot more after, when it comes to technological innovation, the problem, especially with aviation, is that it seems like the required technology to actually make flights carbon neutral is going to take a long time, at least somewhere at the end of 2030, perhaps mid 2030. And then second of all, that is only going to happen if all of our hopes of the technology working exactly as it should be come out. So that's actually quite a big risk on the one hand, and on the other hand, there's already quite some stories on those promises being more empty than we would want them to be. Now, what is practice theory? So practice theory gives a different theory of action based on what they see as social practices. So practices, so they see behavior and choice as only the tip of the iceberg, because they our consumption and our consumer choices come out of the daily practices that we engage with. So these practices are the core of social life, talking about driving, running, cooking, gardening. All of these integrate or are the ways that we go through life, and consumption is often a part of these practices. If you want to fly, or at least why do we fly? We often fly as part of either, for instance, vacationing practices, because we want to go to a different place, or because we, for instance, have to take a business trip from work. It's important to note that the reason and our behavior there then is much more socially oriented at these practices. Now, I will be taking, and I have to taken for this analysis, the practice theory of Chauve. There are many practice theories, too much to go into right now. And she says that she and two of her co-workers say that the practice consists of elements, and these elements together make up the practice. So we have materials. Let's take the example of flying, because we're discussing flying. You have flight tickets, but you also have airports. You have airplanes, and all of these materials are necessary for the practice of flying. Now, these materials are combined with competences. If you want to fly, at least as a consumer, you need to know how to book a flight ticket. And to some extent, there's extra competences like how can you get the cheapest tickets. But there's also competences in navigating the airport. Most of us will probably have encountered an airport, and they can be quite damning. And then finally, what they say is there's also meanings, and meanings are certain ideas and mental states that we engage with and see during the course of our interactions in practices, which when we take flying is, for instance, ideas of freedom, but also convenience. When we take, for instance, flying for work, it might be often deemed the fastest and easiest way to travel. Now, all of these elements interconnect in practices, but practices themselves also connect and form complex practices. So we often see that economies or economical systems, but also governments, they often are a complex or nexus, as you will, of separate practices that together make up this life, as you might say. So what are frequent flyer programs and why are they interesting? So frequent flyer programs are loyalty programs that reward people that fly with the same airlines. You mainly have two types of rewards. You have award miles that give you the possibility to buy flight tickets, book a hotel room, rent a car, or buy other goods, among other things. And then you have status miles, and these status miles, they serve as experience points, and you have a certain level of membership, a certain frequent flyer status, and having that status gives you a lot of benefits as you are flying, such as priority check-in at the airport and boarding, and access to exclusive airport lounges and a lot of other things that make your life easier or in a lot of cases also more exclusive. In the best case, a limo service from and to the airport. So why did I take the case of frequent flyer programs? This is because I think it highlights the complexity of social reality and the influence of certain phenomena on how we consume. I think that especially taking the practice of flying, which to some extent is somewhat straightforward. It's interesting to see how such a phenomena as a frequent flyer program, which is often also a very legally embedded phenomena, influences the way we fly. So in this analysis, and I'll just give an overview of some of the things I encountered through this analysis, and I want to highlight again that it is a very exploratory analysis. It's interesting already to see how frequent flyer programs alter the things that we do. So first of all, it introduces quite a few new elements: award miles, status miles, membership cards, and airport lounges, although the latter one might also be there without. It introduces these elements, and we suddenly have to engage with these elements. So knowing how to use award, when it comes to competences, knowing how to use award miles or status miles, and having these membership cards actually changes the practice, or at least it changes the elements that we integrate in these practices. They help circulate meanings of exclusivity and status through the practice of flying. This one is pretty straightforward, obviously, because they literally are called a status, a frequent flyer status. So, but this, of course, also really goes through when you see the exclusive benefits and the possibility to pass a very long queue at security, for instance. They have influence on competences. I mean, knowing how to use and benefit from these programs has become quite a big thing. If you go to YouTube, you can see a load of tutorials on how to best use your frequent flyer programs. And finally, when it comes to the connections between elements, it further enhances the idea of flying being cheap, fast, and desirable, because you can use these award miles and these to buy flight tickets. So you're rewarded with new flights the more you fly. So flying in itself must be at least a desirable and fast or a cheap way to go about, because you get free flights. Now, an interesting outcome when it comes to the connections between practices, and here I took the complex of vacation practices, because often car rental, renting cars and having an accommodation and all the other things that you do at the location of your vacation might be separate practices, and often are separate practices, like eating out. When we look at the connections there, they are very much strengthened because of the frequent flyer programs. Because the moment that you book your flight, especially when you use these programs. You can also use these award miles for renting said cars, sometimes even to eat, to get a cheaper dinner somewhere, but also to rent accommodation. So this complex of things that are deemed often separate are suddenly integrated and pulled together a lot more. Meaning that you will it will become easier to consume, and especially it will become easier to fly, or at least mentally so. And then finally, there's a connection with finance, which is very interesting, and which is also the main money maker for these programs, which are credit cards that are pulled out. And then suddenly, once you pay, for instance, when you go for dinner somewhere at a nice restaurant, using these frequent flyer credit cards will give you air miles, and hence will connect a completely separate event of consumption suddenly with flying, and will also remind you of flying. So what does this exploration tell us? And obviously, because it was an exploration, I can't go as far as to actually give very tough answers to the question, but I can relate them back, and I would say that it shows us that we need to consider the role of private law in moving forward. So where and how can the law influence practices that underlie behavior and choice? So how do we frame behavior and consumption? Because consumption is part of this wider practice, and how can we use these analyses to really further our ideas of how the law can and should work. And this also means taking the practice theoretical ideas on policy seriously, which from this perspective, there are quite a lot of trials, especially in the UK, to get into the policy loop, but quite often we still focus mainly on technology innovation, shifting consumer choices and changing behavior. And all of these are very important, but we also need to think, okay, perhaps there are different alleys, like recrafting practices, changing the elements that are a part of practices, substituting practices and changing our practices into law. So changing how these, how the different ways we go about life actually influence our consumption. So finally, what is the conclusion here then? I think that taking the climate crisis seriously, we need to start acting, and we need to simply reduce the amount that we fly, considering the fact that it is something that we cannot change through technological innovation as quickly. Practice theories can very much help with that by embedding consumption into day-to-day life, and not understanding it as these sole moments of choice or of a behavior, but really pulling it back to the way we go about life. Really, it highlights the way law interacts and transforms the practices we engage with, and this is of course especially something that needs to be done through further research, and a more thorough analysis will be necessary, but I'm very happy to do so in my PhD project.
Right. So thank you, Yannick, and we look forward to reading your PhD program, your PhD thesis in due course. In the meantime, our audience and speakers have become very technologically savvy and have been exchanging questions and answers already in the chat. So as I'm not sure whether, we do have a question that has not been answered yet. And this is a question for Yannick. So based on practice theory, how difficult it will be to keep conferences online like this one when the pandemic is over? Will this become a practice associated with the years 2021, or are we really opening a new era?
So yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think something that we also need to think about when it comes to how we do academic practices, because obviously there's pros and cons here to having an online conference. having one offline. But I would say that considering the fact that we've now really been building the different elements, right? So it's becoming more and more mainstream for us to do this online, and we can see that it works because we're doing it today. And so obviously these new elements like Zoom and Teams and other things and the ways to operate them have been introduced to how we do conferences. So the way we have academic practices. So I would say, yeah, I have a good faith that this will this might last. Yes.
So thank you, Yannick. Right. So perhaps I will ask the other speakers to summarize in 1 minute or less the question that they were asked and the answer that they gave. Starting, I don't know, with Antonio. So let's follow the order.
This was a bit unexpected. I will try my best to do that. So thank you. So the question I was actually asked is about greenwashing, of course, and about the fact that, of course, greenwashing would exist even in absence of a principle-based framework. So I was asked, okay, isn't this a step further, a step forward already, even if we don't have some sort of a level 2 legislation implementing that? And my point about that is that, of course, greenwashing existed before the SFDR and the taxonomy regulation. That's why they were enacted. The problem is that the level 1 regulation without a level 2 one creates new risk that, and this is the paradox, were not present before the level 1 regulation were enacted. And in particular, some risks concern, for example, the creation of over-reliance on measurement and other indexes that are not robust enough, but are just sketched or at least in development within level 2 regulation. This goes, for example, for social sustainability, in which we still have a lot of work to be done to develop robust indexes. So here, so that's one new risk. So over-reliance actually on some indexes that are not robust enough. And also another thing that was not present before the level 1 regulation, and which is a new problem that we need to face in disclosure regarding sustainability, is these 3 venues. So this split of information in 3 venues that can actually create more problems with regards to information dispersion, and that was not present in the past.
So thank you, Antonio, for this almost complying with this almost impossible task that I gave you. Francesca, your turn.
Yes, well, I thank again the anonymous member of the audience who asked me the question basically about whether I'm not afraid that the IoT will increase the use of technology and leading to a problem of overabundance, excess of it. Well, I can reply just with the knowledge of what I study, so the interconnected environment of my house. But certainly, what I can say is that if we take like an outlayered approach, like working on the materials on which the IoT paradigm is made. And also we couple it with intelligent, really, and smart objects, for instance, utilities management. I think that the pros can outweigh the cons. Then, yes, of course, things are. Is a paradox because it makes our life easier on the one hand, but it makes it at the same time more complex. No, I think it is also the thrill of it.
Thank you, Francesca. Yanya, the same task, and also Yannick received another question, and we will close with his answer to that question.
Okay, so question referred to whether the Commission is right in disliking the US class action style. And well, it would be very difficult to answer yes or no in general, but taking into account that in the United States, the consumers and the car owners in general obtained a compensation very quickly and efficiently. And on the other hand, bearing in mind that in the European Union, the Volkswagen case just started a discussion about a need to introduce the mechanism which enable compensatory collective redress. Well, it shows that from the consumer oriented perspective, of course, the US style class action worked better in this specific case, but the concerns which are voiced by the European Commission, of course, are also justified. In the US, the consumers pay an incredibly big amounts of money for this class action, so they do not receive the full compensation that is taken by the law firms, while according to the European approach, the representative entities shall act free of charge for consumers. So it is difficult to answer it yes or no, but at this time, from my perspective, if I were a consumer bringing this action, participating in the group member in the group, I would rather follow the American approach and get a compensation efficiently and quickly, rather than waiting for the appropriate mechanism in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Yannick?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Maria, for a great question. So I think that what we can first note, I'll try to be as quick as possible with this, is the fact that these programs are already, well, one might also almost say private regulation, but in the first instance, they are a part of contract law. So they're a contract that you have with airlines to get these rebates, essentially. So the whole structure is already private law, and now because of the standardizations of these programs along the entire industry, you're basically talking about private regulations already. So I think if noticing that there are already quite a lot of ways in which we want to and can handle it. I think that you're exactly right that when it comes to concentrations of services, the links between them and these constant reminders are something that you want to mitigate. And I do think that private law has quite a few ways to deal with them, but I would not right now be able to say exactly which interventions you would want to take. But I definitely think that the analysis, practice analysis, will review how and where we can best take these approaches.
So, and with this beautiful answer, I declare concluded panel 7 and immediately declare open the conclusive the closing remarks. And in this regard, I would like to say that Jorge kindly insisted for me to give these closing remarks, even though I thought, and I still feel, that he should have been the person doing this. I think we can now all agree that the connection between consumption and sustainability is a connection that, on the one hand, is obvious because we all consume and we all live on the planet that we are consuming, but we have also had many examples of the deep and complex challenges that we will have to face and we will have to win in the early, if not immediate future. And these are challenges not only in terms of outcomes and results, but also for us researchers, given the complexity, not only in terms of legal pluridisciplinarity, but also in terms of the need to incorporate extra legal insights and research. This being said, a couple of observations about this conference with 350 participants and at least an average of 100 participants to each panel. I think that this was a gigantic success, and hopefully, at least in my opinion, and especially in a context where we're talking about sustainability, sustainability in the consumption of conferences calls for keeping this kind of events as online as much as possible. Although I would love to meet you in person in Lisbon or elsewhere, at least from a professional perspective, this is something that we should really keep in mind and try to change our practices. As a last point, but really not least, I think that we should really give recognition, full recognition to the fantastic commitment of the scientific committee of this conference. And I am referring to people that you may have met during this event: Ana Jesus, Gonçalo Veiga da Silva, Maria Miguel Oliveira da Silva, Natalia Galvao Veiga Rebelo, and Paula Ribeiro Alves, because they have been choose the metaphor that you want, they've been the backbone, they've been the lifeblood of this project. What is clear is that without them, this project would have looked very differently, not as fantastic as it was. And of course, the last person that should be mentioned here is Professor Jorge Moraes Carvalho, because his ability to involve and transmit his passion for the subject of consumer law is what gives life to the consumer lab at the Nova School of Law and makes it such a successful project. And it is his ability, I think, to lead by example and to lead with kindness that makes basically all our students desiring to join this project. So this is all from my side, and I am very happy to have had the opportunity to join this wonderful team.